Well, this is how I mount a full body piebald standing deer. Okay, I've got a piebald doe I got to mount, and as you can tell, it's got like a weird deformity. This second deer I've got in this year like that, so I don't know what's going on with it. Yeah, I got another buck I got to do, same problem, like something, the lower jaw or something. It's strange. Yeah, I tried to replicate it right here as far as the eye to nose length. The eye to nose length, this is the head I cut off. And I used the nose off a change-out head, is what I did. But I got my eye to nose length pretty darn close. But I got to replicate that lower jaw. So I'm thinking the best way would probably be just to get like a measurement, just shave it down and make it look like a lower jaw. I bought some teeth. I figured the upper teeth on the upper would probably show a little bit. You can tell this lower jaw is like really, that's weird. It's a very deformed deer. This is supposed to like go out. Okay, so he's take about an inch off and then go from there. About an inch and a quarter, yeah, about an inch and a half. Massive deformity. Inch and a half measurement. I'll transfer that over to the nose. And then this much of his lower jaw all the way around. It's a serious deformity. But what I'll end up doing is rounding it off, making it look like that. But he wanted it just like it was. So then I can get pretty good eyeballing it. And basically, yeah, that much of the ends got to be cut off to allow for that deformity. It's weird. Let's see, in another deer video I did the tail. Well, I like to get a measurement first, kind of like a rough idea where the tail ends, and kind of feel it. Kind of ends right at about 8.5. Then I'll write it down on my paperwork, that way I know I got it. About right here, where I put that mark, I'm going to go straight across, 90-degree angle. And then of course I just round this off on the end. And then I just round it off, and there you got your lower jaw. And there's going to be some gums showing, so I may end up cutting that lower jaw back off so I can Dremel and make room for the teeth, because they do got this that shows. So probably going to go in about I guess about right to there, and not much is going to show, but that's about what's going to be. And then I'm going to try to use this if I can. So believe it or not, he's got teeth, so the teeth are going to be about right in there. So I've got some work to do on the head. Well, that's what I got, and that's from using his measurements too, so that's what he's got. But I've got to show some teeth, or there, I don't know if it makes it to the teeth, but at least the gummy part, like the fronts, yeah, the deer into the front, they do got lower teeth, so I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. But I'll probably end up cutting that lower jaw off. I'll go right along through here and probably just cut it off, maybe right through here, and just have to Dremel it out with a Dremel tool. Go straight across down here. Right here. I'll cut right along through there, cut that lower jaw off, and we'll have to Dremel out a lot of stuff. Okay, right here, I just cut it off. I went back further than what I had to, but there's where the lip line, the inner lip line where it stops. I figured it's smart to go ahead and mark it. You know, when I put my gums in, I may use that for reference. So that's kind of what I got with this critter. So, but I'll keep you posted. Just like I would do when I Dremel out, I want to have a little bit of a reference here. Okay, so it's not going to matter so much up here, of course, but let's see. We got this right here. Hopefully I don't have to Dremel any more than that, but I may. Depending on how big the gum is. Basically all of this. For the lower jaw, probably I get what I can with the Dremel tool, and kind of show you what we come up with. It's almost like doing an open mouth because, you know, the difference in length of the upper jaw to the lower jaw. Okay, right here we got, just like you do it on a deer head with a closed mouth. All this is going to be dug out and try to follow the, well, I kind of put a mark as far as the teeth are going to go back. I'm not worried about going all the way to the neck with it. Plus there's a tongue in there. I'm going to go about right here and cut it off. And I'm going to be happy with it. His mouth might be shut anyway, for the most part, you know, after I put the upper gum in. So this is what I got. Of course, that's where the lower jaw is going to go out to. That's how far it's going to go out. It's right there. And so, kind of mark it where I'm going to cut the teeth and call it good. Okay, this is kind of what we got right now. Had to do a little bit of, you know, a little extra engineering on it, of course. But I'm going to go ahead and glue that lower jaw in. If this will fit, I'm going to go ahead and glue this because this looks pretty good. And if everything is right, it should just fit together. Maybe even stick that tongue in there. Okay, here's kind of what I got. It's just a shame to have a jaw set in there and not show the teeth a little bit. So, probably going to show the teeth a little bit. It's not going to be much. But at least you'll see the bottom teeth. You'll see the gum line. All that good stuff. I got to hold this and let it dry a little bit more, of course. Well, here's what we got. It's kind of an open mouth. It's just a shame not to show, you know, some of the inner mouth because I had to anyway. You know, at least the gum up through there. You can see there's a tongue in there. Barely you can see it, but it's in there. And then you got the teeth. So, yeah. That's his weird looking deer with a messed up lower jaw. Deformity, I guess. I was told the best way to make these incisions, see how this hair puffs up real good? You know, like for a belly incision, you want to make your cut right there where the hair can hide your stitches real good. And the front legs has it too, but not as bad, but I figured I'd go ahead and try that. Before, you know, I just make incisions on the inside and sew it up on the inside. You know, for a laying down deer, that's not bad because it's going to hide everything because he's laying down. But yeah, they want us to go all the way up the back of the. Well, you can't see it hardly. Hold on. You can see it right here. All this hair puffed up right here on the sides. Yeah, that's sticking out about 1.5 inches. Well, see, I can make my incision right along all that. And when I sew it up, all that hair is going to hide everything. And so basically, and I'm going to do the tail right up the middle. Cut it out and, get the tail out. And then right down the back of the legs here. Then I'll go to the tail, then I'll go right up the middle. And I'll go up here. Well, you probably can't see it. Yeah, you can. I'll go right up the middle, all the way up. And then I'm going to go across right here and go to the back of these legs. Because I think it'll hide the stitches better. So that's my plan. Yep, that's kind of what I've done. Went through here, went up these big tufts of hair on the side of his rump, and then come in, went down, took his tail out, and basically went right up the middle, and that's kind of what I'm doing right now. So that's, yeah. The main thing is, I mean, I guess if you're gonna make an incision, make it where you know it's not gonna be that noticeable, like underneath or something. See, any way you can camouflage an incision really can help you out pretty good. I'm gonna have to flip him over and then work forwards towards the neck. I already skinned the mouth out. You know, I usually do the upper jaw and lower jaw. Hadn't done the eyes yet. I usually do the eyes from the back going forwards. They go from the back and then go forwards to the tear duct. And then go down towards the mouth. And then what I already cut along the gum line, it meets up good and he'll be skin out. Gotta prep my deer head a little bit more. And basically the inside of the tear duct. Just like I've done 1,000,000 times. See? I like to dig in right here. Because I know a lot of times it'll go into a tear duct, it'll kind of go in this way. So I went ahead and done that. And it's on the other side here. Let's see. Turn up the tire will go. Right here. Pretty good right there. Some people use clay, make a bead of clay. Some put a little bit more in the back than in the front, you know, to get the eyes to come out like this a little bit. But I'm just do it the quickest way I know how. Then put a little bit of super glue. Get where the pupil is kind of forge. Or I mean straight parallel up and down. And then of course you might have to turn it, get to go the way you want it to. Hold it for a second and that super glue will, sometimes it helps to get a flashlight or something. Look at it so you can tell where the pupil is. Especially on these older Bright Tech eyes, I still had a few of them left. I think they discontinued them though. But Yeah, it lets me know where the pupil is, so that helps. I'm going to put a little epoxy sculpt in here. The end of the lip line is actually way up here. You remember this is like a super short lip. So the end of the epoxy is, I'm going to epoxy sculpt all this gap. And right here, and then kind of round it off and make it look like part of the mouth. And the same with this side. And that's what he was, a deformed deer. So we're going to give him what he wanted. He didn't want me to try to fix it to make it look normal. So yeah, I'm going to get some epoxy sculpt put in there and fix all this. And I could even do the eyelids with it. I have done that before. And I might do that again. But I get my 2 parts epoxy sculpt. Dig them out, mix them together. Get them together. Get my lacquer thinner, and really helps mix them up good. I know some people like warming stuff up and all that junk. Lacquer thinner thins it down, makes it where you can work with it. It doesn't have a lot of shrinkage, so a lot of times you can like go to painting right away. Like if you use it on the end of a deer nose or something, which I do, I paint right over it. You don't have to worry about it drying because it's not going to shrink anyway. And that's just how I've been doing it. You mix it real good. Get it mixed already. So basically you just cover all that you sawed off right here. I got my Sharpie pen to help me out with my marks, like where I know I need to go. That's always a good thing. Here's what you got, and you do the other side the same way. It's kind of covered up the gap, you know, where it was split open. Okay, other side the same way. You can see my marks. So I'm going to take it just to right where that mark is, and that's going to be good enough. Because that's where I'm going to tuck the inside corner of the mouth. And just make sure it looks good inside too, so you can do your tucking later when you got to do it. So here, right here on the hooves.
I have a lighter.
Basically, you want to get down as far as you can. I'll cut around that bone and go down as far as I can, I guess, to the hooves. And you'll be surprised, you can get down pretty far. Just cutting around the hooves and getting down with a good razor blade. Here in the front, getting down real far as you can. You get a lot of excess stuff like this right here. It'll come up. Go ahead and get it up and get it off. Here. Yeah, as you get close to the feet, you'll get like little bits of cartilage, I guess, that's connected to the skin. And a lot of this stuff will kind of come off. And probably want to try to get that off too. Down here there's some. You can see it's coming off. So if it'll come off, you definitely want to go ahead and get it off for sure. So it's on the legs. Yeah, a lot of times there's stuff kind of connected to the skin, you got to get it off. That's what I'm doing here. Put it in like a real salty solution of water. I've got like more than a pound of salt per gallon. I just want to make sure the hair is kind of set a little bit. It does a good job of setting the hair on them where you don't have like bits of hair coming out while you're fleshing him out and everything. It's kind of like what you would do is if you were tanning it. It does set the hair. I'm going to do the ears first, and generally the whole face. Hair slippage on the ears is usually the first place. Since it's a full body mount, I'm going to go ahead and get the ears out of the way. I might even bondle them. I've done that before. So, like that, I'm going to get started. Let's see. A little bit of meat here we can get up while we're at it. I got plenty of dry preservative around to use for a fleshing agent, but yeah, we'll do a lot on the bean. But we're going to get what we can right now with the razor, and go ahead and get his ears and his lips and all that. I'm going to do the whole face first. So right now getting some of this meat off from around his ears. Now, I'm going to do what's called a dry tan method, where you use dry preservative instead of tanning, and it's just a lot faster. Especially with me having another job, it just speeds things up, and I still have good results. You know, I definitely wouldn't use this technique if I thought my animals were going to come out bad looking. What I'm doing now is I'm going around the cartilage. This is the ear butt, where I separated him from the rest of the head. I lost that footage. If you see me skin the deer head out, you'll see me, or any animal out. When I'm skinning him out, I go through the ear canal and all that. And well, this is what's on the other side. Now, when I skin a deer head out, it's essentially the same thing, except you got the rest of the body also is connected. It's just not hard to do. Not hard to do. I'll show you one ear, then you can get the idea. The other ear does the same thing. So basically I'm skinning him out where I disconnected him from the head. Skinning him out.
about splitting the lips. Also, I'll do that later. When I'm turning the ears, splitting the lips. That's taxidermy lingo. Basically, you got to take the cartilage. Well, no, you're not using ear. You separate the cartilage from the skin, and then you put Bondo in there. That's what you're doing. Bondo supports everything just like how you want it. This is one heck of a deer. He's real hairy. I mean, he's got a thick coat. It's not thin like a traditional deer. This deer, in a lot of ways, is just different than a regular deer. As far as I'm going to go down away from the ear for now. Okay. And here we're already up on the cartilage. I'm separating the skin from the cartilage. See that little bit of white membrane, and run my razor over it. That's the name of the game. Just all the way around. After a while, you get where you just, it gets second nature, I guess is the right way to say it. Things start becoming easier. You know kind of where you're at without even looking. It gets easier. Plus the ears right here, you can tell just by looking. So, but and I have ear separators too, which aids in getting your ears. Now this ear has been damaged somewhere along the line, so I have to be careful with this ear. Okay, but I'll show you that. Okay, skinning the ear out. Separate with my fingers, run my blade over the membrane, slowly coming forward, and more so, and more so. Keep doing that. Here. All this can come off. This is just meat. You know, muscles for the ear. Control You know how the ears move and all that stuff. This is stuff from around the canal, I guess you could say. The earbud, there's like a flat part where the canal, like this right here, is like the earbud. And then I'll show you. There's some red meat up on the bottom of the ear. All this comes off. Right here. That's some meat right here. See, this is kind of like what I call the earbud. You got your canal, and then a little bit of the ear. It does something kind of right here, but basically, eventually, I'm going to cut everything off right here. But I'll leave the canal on for now. That way, when I bundle the ear, I don't have Bondo going, squirting out the end of his ear, you know, up into this part right here. So, I'll leave the canal on to kind of help trap some of the excess Bondo from going where I don't want it to go. And, you know, I cut it off. Cut the canal off and everything right up to about the butt right here. This little flat part. But that's after I put Bondo in the ear. So I use it to my advantage while I'm Bondo in the ears, and then I cut all this off right up to this flat part. And yeah, just wanted to let you know that. Now, they got ear separators. You don't have to do this manually, per se. This ear has been boogered up, though. Sure has. And boogered up a little. Right in here. I'm gonna have to show you on the other ear the right way to do it here, because this ear is a little bit jacked, I guess is the right word. A little bit jacked up. It's coming though. All this comes off. All that red meat around the bottom of the ear, but if you know you're going to cut it off later, I don't worry so much about it. Like right in here, I don't worry so much about all that. It's going to come off eventually. What I have here is ear separator. You get into the taxidermy catalog, and they're perfect for deer. They get the job done. But you go in more like this, and kind of hold it down. You let the ear separators do their thing. You can hear it. See it splitting? It's called, it's separating the membrane from the skin by force. And it works opposite of pliers. You squeeze down. Instead of clamping in, it opens up on the end. So it's the opposite of like pliers or something. It's got a split on the end, but we'll go as far as we can. So I'm right here. So I'm getting up there. Okay. I'll go back out and go over here and do this other side a little bit. This side. So you can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it. You should be able to. So it's just separating everything for me. So I don't have to sit there and go through a lot of extra trouble. There. There we are. Now all the way over to the end here. This is usually really tough. Let's see. So that's separated. I'm going to go back here. I just want to get up there. I don't know how far I can get here, but ugh. And right here, I may have to do the rest by hand. These are ear separators given to the taxidermy supply. So, invert the ear, and a lot of times you can just, get a good little grip here, and you can feel where the skin ends, and you can pull out yourself a little bit, within reason. You don't want to get carried away and rip it. So we go like this. Put your membrane here and there. You get the idea. On this side, probably the same thing a little bit. You can separate a little. Of course, up here is going to be a little bit rough because we know he's got some ear damage. So, we have to proceed with caution. If there's a good ear, I know I can, like this. That's pretty good. I know I'm treading on thin ice around this ear that I know already has some damage. So, gotta keep that in mind for sure. separated a little bit more. I can see that it can be separated more. You'll be able to visually see, and that'll help you out to do a little bit of extra separating. On this side, yeah, you can also do this if it starts getting kind of tight. You know, you can always get the aid of the corner of a razor blade and feel it separate. You know. And I can right here. You know, you can feel a bulge. You can feel that bulge disappear as you run the razor over it, and that's how you know it's separated. You can actually feel that bulge kind of dissipate. On this side, the same thing. Just separating the membrane. I see a little bit of white, and that's the membrane, and I run my knife right over it, and that's how I separate everything. Here on the corner. I guess I'm about as far down as I can go on this side too. Lift it. Okay. Alright. Now, if you remember, we got a split in this sharpening steel. Just seems to do a good job at getting the job done. Lose hair or anything like that. But I know it'll split. I'm as far as I can go on this side. You know, as far as the middle where the split is. But on this side, I can, with the aid of a sharpening steel, and I can use it to go ahead and split it out the rest of the way. And what I like to do, I put the the sharpening steel right down on my leg, on my pant leg here, right here at the corner of the table. I know it's split on one side, but I can still separate it. I don't want to force anything, but I do use it as leverage, I guess you could say. I can still pull back to see the white membrane, and I just keep going forward that way. It's not the ideal ear to show you how to do it, but I may even go ahead and do the other ear. The other ear is a good ear. It's not like this. You can see it's still probably hard for you to see unless you're right up on it. But yeah, the ear is still separating. And it's probably good I'm taking my time like this because the ear was kind of messed up. And you're always just better off when the ear's messed up like this to take your time with it. Slowly get it to do what you want it to do. See, you need to pull back a little, give a little pressure. And run my razor blade over it. But you get the idea. Just keep going. Expose a little bit more membrane. It's a slow process because the ear's messed up, but you got to get bondo all the way. If you don't get it bondo as far as you can, the end of that ear is going to fold sideways and everything as it dries. And we don't want that. So we definitely want to, get the ear out as far as we can, even if it's damaged. The ear being split. You try to get one side as far as you can down, then the other side of the split ear as far as you can down. You don't want hair loss in there, for sure. Okay, slowly but surely. Oh, there we are. Sometimes you can pull back with your fingernail a little bit and show extra membrane there and run your edge over it that way. I'm bringing about as far as I can go. I am. But remember, we got the other side here. This is the other side of the ear, where you couldn't really get the ear separator into it all the way. Well, we've got sharpening steel again for this side. And when you pull back and you start not seeing any membrane, you're pretty much as far as you're going to be able to get it. So just keep that in mind, folks. Alright. Not sure what happened to this guy's ear. Probably another buck, I guess. Okay. Well, that's it for this here. Okay. Skin it out as good as we can. Now, get all this membrane off. That red meat off. Right here in this corner of the ear. Should be able to just pull on it and cut. Let's see, right here. Is that corner? Yeah, that's pretty good. Now anything past this little flat part's going to be cut off anyway, so don't worry so much about what. Trying to cut all the meat off on this. I'm going to hack it off right there anyways when I'm getting at. So it's don't have to worry about it. But up in here, you know, sometimes you'll see things you can pull on and get all that membrane off the ears. And you just do as good a job as you reasonably can, you know. Cut some here. But yeah, usually the ear separators, you just pull, like right here. You can feel if there's a little bit of a bulge. And you use your thumb sometimes to stretch it out. You know, pull it out to the end. Or sometimes you can do it like this. Or sometimes you have the aid of a razor blade if you need it. You just get where you do that and just straighten them up real good. And that's how you do it here. It's that simple. Make sure it's good and wet.
on the ear, put it on both sides. I put it on the cartilage side, all the way into the corners, you know. You know where you separate it all the way to the end. I get that side. And of course I get the skin side too. I put it on this side. And get everything that I skin out. And he's okay, got that all the way to the end. And of course, you re-invert the ear, and basically what you do, you stick a bunch of Bondo in here and mold it into place, and you've got your ear. But, okay, now, we gotta get that ear to come through, and it will. We'll get it. This is a real thick-haired deer, just a different deer altogether. You know, that piebald, I don't know, it's maybe something a little different kind of up here, I don't know. The hair is long on this guy, and he didn't have no eye guards, so he's a little bit different deer anyway. In that respect, not to mention, him with the other issues. Him being a piebald. There we are. Sharpen his steel to get that point to come back out in the end of his ear again. There we are. There we are. Yeah, there. And then of course, right here. So it's a split ear. It's always going to be a split ear. And a little bit later we'll put Bondo in these ears. And I'll show you that later. We're just going to skin the ears out for now. Now I'm gonna do an ear. So, the eye. So I got a lot of loose skin around here. Well, all this has got to come off. So, give me a good sharp razor blade and start getting this excess skin off. Basically, I get different taxidermists. Some taxidermists use like a skin tucking method where they leave a little bit of skin that tucks under the clay. I think I've tried that once or twice, but I just make sure, I just get it real good, and when I glue the eyes in place, the eyelids and all that, I make sure the eyelashes are facing downwards. And they'll draw up a little bit, as it dries. But that's what I do. And I come out with good results that way. Everybody's got little different ways that they do things. But basically I'm just getting down to the skin. And if you've got hair follicles in places around the eyes, but I'm just taking off all this skin and meat, and I can already see a few little follicles right there. And this piebald deer, he's got a lot of brown around his eyes and stuff. He's a pretty deer. I can see why these deer, they get mounted even though they're not like huge. You don't see a piebald deer every day, and people, when they see one, they're gonna take it down. That's for sure. For a while, they weren't allowed to kill them, around here, and then all of a sudden, well, they were allowed to kill them. I mounted some piebald does, and then they made it illegal to kill them for several years, and then they opened it back up where they could be killed. And so that's wild. It's just funny the way they changed their mind like that and let people kill them again. So it's just one of those things. Right here in the tear duct, all this. Just got to use a little caution to make sure you don't go through to the other side. That's pretty much the name of the game as far as getting these cakes fleshed out. The ears turned and lips split and all that stuff. You just don't want to go to the other side. That's the teared up area. Definitely can take it off a lot more here. This side, a lot of meat on this side of the tear duct. Now, a lot of the head, I usually do it on a fleshing beam, and but I usually, even with a with a fleshing knife, you can get pretty close to the eyelids. But I leave the fine work for doing with a razor. I'm doing things a little backwards. If you're going to do a full body mount, time is of the essence. So a lot of times that's just good practice to go ahead and turn the ears and split the lips and the eyes and all that, and then start on the main body. So that's just the way it's done a lot of times. Right here, see all this skin where I can get all this off and get right up to that very corner, very edge. Where so I'm getting right up to the eyelid, right up to the very edge there. And pretty close up there. Yeah. I'm going to do here again one eyelid and just through the other eyelids the same way. It's got to be done.
Got some hair follicles right here. You can barely see them. That's where they got eyebrows and all that stuff. Just like a coyote or any other animal, you know, they got places where they got hair, little bunches of big hairs that come out. That's his eyebrow hairs. You know, they got a little bit of that going on. So try not to cut through them. I want to get down. I want to get down as close as possible to it. I don't want to put any. You try not to put holes, but it does happen. It's not the end of the world if it does happen. But yeah, definitely. The tear duct area is real bad. But when I skin it out, I wanted to make sure I didn't get no holes in the tear duct area, and because that's, I mean, it could easily just be, you know, it kind of goes into the form, one part of the tear duct, you know, the lower tear duct area, and you know, a person just wants to, if you did put a hole there, you know, you just pin it in there, and you're good. But you try not to, if at all possible, you know. But it's not the end of the world if you do things like screw up and put a hole somewhere. Even like on your ears, when you use an ear separator, if you accidentally go too far and rip an ear open, they got ways you can use, like heard of people using dryer sheets, sticking them down in there when you do the ear bondo method. The little things you can do like that. A lot of times, I'll bondo an ear. If the bondo seeps out a little bit in the area, break that little piece of bondo off before it gets too hard. Use a little super glue and super glue the ear together right there, and you're good to go. So there is techniques that you can do to, you know, come over a mistake, like if you accidentally put a hole in it. So just, I'm getting right here to the corner of the eye. Some of these razors, depending on where you get them or whatever, some of them don't hold the edge very good. So it may take you several razors. Sometimes it might just take you one. Sometimes you get one that's got like a dual side. I've run into that a lot lately. Not sure what's going on with that, but yeah, I have like a dual side and a sharp side. I've been running that a lot. But okay, you can see how I kind of got around the eyelid. I got there's hair follicles. I didn't cut through them. Right here, they're at the, you know, below the eye. You've got like some long hairs there. And right here in the back corner of the eye, I'm gonna get that a little bit better. Okay, you see a few hair follicles up in here. Not many, but there's a few. I just skim over the top of them as good as I can, and some go in between the hair follicles. If you want to do that, you can. You can get all the meat off from in between the follicles. If you're doing a competition mount, you might would want to do that. You know, a lot of times I'll go in between the hair follicles a little bit and make a few cuts there in between the follicles. That way the dry preservative can get down in there and do its thing. Help preserve, you know. And I'll show that a little bit later too. When you get around the whiskers on the, around the face, you know, behind the nose and all that, I'll show you all that later. Well, I've got around the eye nice and good. You can see there's a hair follicle, all that's been trimmed up real nice. I may be able to take a little bit more off, but I know I'm pretty good right here. And what I did, I kind of washed them ahead of time. But you can always wash them again, but you know, the hair is, most of that blood is off. So, you know, I may wash him again and just throw preservative on him, preserve him again, and that way he's nice and clean and good to go. But he's looking pretty good sort of already, but I just, you know, when you're not sure of the condition of him, you definitely take shortcuts if you can. And definitely, you know, turning the ears and splitting the lips and all that and getting the face out of the way is really good, because a lot of times when hair slippage starts, it does start around the face. So that's a good thing for us to go ahead and get that out of the way. Okay. I would go ahead and do the other eye the same way. If you want, you can go ahead and throw some preservative around that eye. You know, once you get all the meat off from around the eye. A lot of times I'll go ahead and do that. I don't know if it makes that big of a difference. Yeah, this deer had looked like where maybe a little piece of bullet went through. Well, it's more than a little, but this is his nose. Looks like he had some bullet, or part of a bullet went through his nose here. He has a couple of bad spots where he's been shot pretty good. He wouldn't get in the way, that's for sure. But here again, I got my razor. I get right up to it, get all that skin off. And I'm debating whether to put a little glue and pin it in place. Even super glue can work, you know, stuff like this. I'm going to pin it in place. I don't know if I'll use super glue. I may just use the glue that I use, which is Headlock, which would do the same thing. But they've got like artificial noses and artificial beaks, and what they do is, like for birds, they got artificial beaks and they're artificial heads, I guess you could say. And what it is, you just glue things back into place. Like if you use an artificial beak or an artificial nose for like a coyote or something, which they got them, you know, you just glue the skin back in place. So it wouldn't be no different than, you know, gluing the skin back in place and covering a hole up, you know. Super glue has got uses in taxidermy. They're good for gluing the skin on turkey tails back together and other things. So super glue comes in handy in taxidermy, that's for sure. If you want to glue skin to skin, you can't beat super glue, that's for sure. Or glue skin to a beak, back to you know, an artificial beak or something, or artificial nose, use super glue and glue everything into place, and you're good to go. So what I'm doing right here is just cutting the skin off from around these holes, and a lot of times on impact shots there's hair loss, and sometimes you got to trim a hole up and get rid of the bare skin because it's not doing any good, you know, if it doesn't have hair on it. And a lot of times if you do that, you can makes it a lot harder to see where you fixed the hole because there's no bare skin. You cut it off and then just cinched everything together. So something good to keep in mind also. I think I showed that on a deer mountain video where I fix a hole, cut off the dead skin, like where the bullet left an impact that blew the hair off from around the hole. You can cut that skin off that doesn't have any hair on it, and when you cinch that hole together or pin it together, a lot of times you don't even see it. So it's very, very hard to notice. So we're getting it pretty good here. I'm doing just like I would if it was an eyelid. You know, getting right up to the very edge of it. I think I've done a pretty good job so far as far as getting right up to this hole. Pretty bad place to have a hole, but right there on the snout there. On both sides of the snout, actually. So but so I'm just taking everything off, even on the head kind of. I'm getting down to where the cartilage of the nose is, right up here on the bridge. But we still got to split the lips and all that stuff. I think splitting the lips is what I'll do next. And then I'll show you, from there you can do a lot of the other stuff, like the rest of the skinning out on the head. You can tell this deer's got some pretty colors. You can see the patchy work going through the, you can see it through the skin. He's got some different coloration on his nose. But we'll get to that soon enough. I'm just taking all this stuff off right up here. Probably got a few whiskers up here. But I'm going to split the lips here in a little bit. And see right up through here. You can do this on flesh and bean with your knife. Or I may just get it right now with my razor. I'm debating. Because he is going back on the flesh and bean for some stuff, so. But I can eliminate having to worry about flesh in the head altogether. I may go ahead and get it. So it's, you know, small deer, it's not going to slow me down a whole lot. So but just taking off what will come off. And this is, you know, the back of the skull. There's a point of the back of the skull where we made our Y incision. So appears above the eyebrows. But I'll get back with you shortly when I do something new. I split the lips. I'll get back with you. Okay, now we're going to split the lips, starting with the inside corner of the mouth. And this is all this inside corner of the mouth. That's more than I would ever need. You know, even if it's an open mouth or something, you know, it's way too much. That's the inside corner of the mouth between the upper and lower lips. That's a lot. So, a lot of times I do this on the flesh and bean. I'll cut it about right here with my fleshing knife, because this is more than I would ever use. And then all that behind it, you know, I just flesh it off. It just comes right off. So that's a lot of times how I do it. See, this is all you really need, especially for a closed mouth. I'll end up cutting some of that off too. I may go ahead and bundle the ears. I'll get the rest of the head, and then I'll go ahead and all that's off, and I'll go ahead and do the other side the same way. That's more than I would ever need. So I'll cut right here and get all this stuff off. Usually I'm on a flesh and bean. I may go ahead and get on a flesh and bean. Let the rest of his body hang, and you can still use a flesh and bean to get a lot of stuff, for sure, you know. But basically, going up through the chest and then just see, all this can be fleshed. This is his neck and all that, and his lower jaw. I have a tendency to do that first before I split the lips. But I was mainly wanting to get the ears and the eyes. Basically, I'm just letting the rest of his body hang down, and then I'm going to get my flesh and knife and start using the beam to the best of my ability to get what I can off. I got my little flesh and knife, got my little seat, and this beaver tail knife holds a good edge. You know, I fleshed a hog with it. And the metal will rust, but it stays sharp. I've never seen that before. So I guess metal can still stay sharp and have a little bit of a rust issue, which surprises me, but yeah, it just gets right up, gets that meat right off. That's when you get down to the skin, where you pass the membrane. The membrane's that flimsy stuff that's under the skin. You want to just get down to the bare skin. And this will take it up. It's just kind of peeling it with a knife. That's one way you could look at it.
That's how it comes up. I know there's some whiskers on the lower jaw. They're right here. So I see a few follicles there. So I purposely get careful in that area and may even go around it a little bit so I don't cut those hair follicles. That's his little, he got a few little whiskers there right below their jaw there, the lower jaw. And it comes up. I'm going to take advantage of the fleshing beam and get all this down through there. Might as well. And I use the dry preservative as a fleshing agent also. So it helps. So not only do I preserve the skin, I use it as a fleshing agent so I can dig in and get this meat up. I just roll it off. After a while you get good where you don't make as near as many holes. And then you just kind of you get a little feel for what it takes to get under the meat without going through the skin. You have to develop a feel, and the best way to do that is by doing it. I don't know if any other really good way, I could explain it to you, but you're better off. And I may make a pass and get everything up top off, put more flesh and more dry preservative on there, and maybe try to dig another layer down if it wants to. So, helps have a good knife with good metal that stays good and sharp. That seems to help a whole lot. Not only that, this is a kind of a big knife, which means I'm taking a lot of meat. For every swipe, I'm taking a whole lot of meat. I'm not wheeling at it with a real small knife or anything. So I think even that makes a difference for it. So yeah, I've kind of got most of this off. So you can get some off right here. So right here, I wanted to show you this. See, the lips haven't been split yet, but I know where the lip ends, or where it starts, I should say. And there is some hair follicles under there. I can see them. Got to dig down a little deeper, but I can already see some follicles there. You want to try not to cut through those if you can. Always cut through a few of them. But like on this side, I see a follicle right there. A couple of follicles right there.
Okay, now I know, okay, most of that's gotten up. Now I know down here, now we got some stuff that's got to come up here. So basically I just rake it off the sides here. And when I get to the corner, or the edge, I just use a 2x4. Snip it off. It goes into the trash. Right here, same thing. So this loose membrane, that's stuff you want to get off. You want this off, and it just to be bare skin. That's what you're after. And sometimes you can even shave the skin down a little bit. You know, so you'll get a feel for it, and kind of like what you think's good enough, just let it go. But yeah, that's how that works. You just get the knife. And now this, the incision is underneath. Everything is underneath, and I guess the situation was helped for the fact that he took all the guts out before he brought it to me, and so it was an incision in the bottom of the belly, which is probably better than the incision was there anyway. You know, because not sure about deer, but you know, other animals they hide all that stuff. But I know when you sew on deer, especially sewing, a lot of that stuff you see it. You know, you can see it. And then I'll do that, and then I'll grab some more of my dry preservative, and I'll put it on there. See if I can't get it to bring it up a little bit. And then if I feel like it can, and it is, see, then I'll run my knife over it and get a layer of it off. And that's what fleshing is. You get a layer of that skin off. You get down as, I guess I've had some people say until it's like the blue of the skin or whatever, but this deer, his skin's not blue. He's got spots and everything. Yeah, so he's going to be a pretty deer. You see how the fleshing, the dry preservative helps as a fleshing agent. It's like the knife can bite it better and gets up under it better. And I take it to the edge, cut it off, and then I'll move it a little and start over again until you get everything you got to get off. See, that's how the dry preservative helps, you know, as far as being a fleshing agent. It brings it up, helps it to come up, is I guess the right word. Sometimes changing the angle of how you're fleshing even helps, you know, as far as getting the, you know, the loose skin membrane off until you're left with nothing but the pure skin. See all this soft membrane, loose skin, I guess, or membrane is a better word. All that stuff right there comes right off. If it's wiggly, it can come off. So, you know, if it's soft and wiggly, it'll come off. You see how that's going? That's how it's done. Helps to have a good knife like this. It holds the edge better than some metal out there. That helps. They sell them out of the taxidermy supply catalogs. I use this to get the shield off that big hard fat that's on a hog. This took care of it. It cut it right off. So it's a pretty good old knife for stuff like that. You know you got most of it off, it'll come off. Then what I do is I turn it a little bit, start over again. We got this right here. I'm going to go ahead and show you that. Or, like, you know, if you want to go ahead and start getting him preserved, and, well, I already kind of washed him, so I know he's pretty good and clean. I may wash him again, but if you don't, what I'll do is I'll wet it down real good and start throwing my dry pan to it, or my dry preservative. Like so forth. And it just seems like with it being wet, it seems like it helps it, you know, putting anything on dry skin is not really doing it any good. Like having a super dry skin and putting powdery substance on it, it's not going to do any good for it. And when I wet it, it kind of soaks it in a little bit. You know, if I make sure it's good and damp anyway. And I'll do that, and then I'll move it over one, and start over again. I'm going to go over here, and here's how I usually do it. As far as, there's the back leg. I utilize the flesh and beam as much as I can to get stuff off. Put an edge on your knife, and put an edge back on your knife every now and then. It'll dull a little bit, and then you gotta get it sharp again. But eventually you'll have to resharpen it with a grinding wheel or sharpening stone or something. This does help though. Okay, like right here, I know I don't need a whole lot of lip. There's an inside corner, so I'll take a lot of that off. Because it's less I got to worry about later. So I'll go ahead and take it off now. Let's see. Usually for the head, I do have a smaller fleshing knife that I tend to use. And got it right here. So I get right here. You see how it's going right down to the skin. And then I pull all the excess. What I do is I cut all the way down the skin. I've got enough control that I know where to stop. And so I kind of, plus I'm looking and feeling at the same time, kind of. So then I go like that. See, here's where the lip ends. Anything above that lip I don't need. So I go ahead and start. Even up here, I can do all this off. But I think up in here, I'll be running up into some follicles. You just got to be careful, because you will get on them. And I always cut a few, but it's not enough to matter, because they've got quite a bit of follicles. You know. See, I'm sure my hand's in the way. It always is. Okay. See. So you see how I got all that? There's a little bit. And down through here you get all this comes up. The dry preservative just helps. It really helps that blade. You get a good bite and go under all this stuff. This really does seem to help. See all this, I got a lot of this already. You know, earlier, my razor blade. Then the main body, I go back to my big beaver skinning knife, or fleshing knife, however you want to look at it. It does a good job doing both, but it definitely gets the meat off and the fat. This is good for like in the face, around the lips and stuff. It does bring the meat right up, which is kind of what you want. Here, right here is the lower lip. And remember, we haven't split the lips yet. Okay, I'm on the lower lip. And there is some kind of, a lot of animals have this. Coyotes have it, foxes have it, deer have it. Kind of like a little bit of, I don't know what you call it. But there is a lot of whiskers there, right here. But it's some kind of padding, like padding type for the lower jaw. I get that with my knife. And, you know, with my small paring knife, I guess is the right word for it. But it gets all this stuff off. It gets down to where the hair follicles are, and then I can do the rest with, yeah, if I can see the hair follicles, I think I'm down far enough. A lot of times, so I don't cut all the follicles, I kind of proceed with caution. I kind of, I don't know, shave, but I try to do it carefully. I don't get down to the hair follicles. A lot of times I skim over it. I get down as far as I can. Here's the lower lip. Okay, then here's the center of the lower lip. Okay, now I got some on this side. Now, you know, if they wanted, they could just use their straight razor and just do all this with a razor blade, you know, on the table. But I try to get what I can on the flesh and beam with my knife. You know, except for the finite stuff, like the eyes and the lips and the nose.
which we got the eyes and ears, but we'll get the lips and nose after I get done fleshing him all over. All of the soft padding, it will come up. You know, I just don't want to cut through all the follicles, but I will get what I can of this soft padding up, you know. And then what's left of the soft padding, I'll do like a crosshatch pattern. That way the preservative can get down in there. And I'll show you that later. With a straight razor, you know, again. With a razor blade. So you can see, I can see follicles here and there. I'm getting down into it. But I'm not getting it all. But I am trying to get some of it. Do this on every deer head. It's just part of my procedure. And there we are. So I've kind of gotten into the soft padding just a little. We'll do more of it. We'll work on it more later. And now I go on down and start getting what will come up. Now I'll go to my big knife and go all the way down as far as I can go. But I'll get back with you when I'm done flushing everything, except for the lips. Okay, we're going to bondo an ear. I've got one ear kind of pulled out the cartilage, but I didn't pull it out so far where I can't pull on the end of it. Now, Versa also heard of people using paper plates. That way they ain't got to reinvert the ear. Make a spiral out of your paper plate. Put your bondo in it and squeeze it in like it's a cube. And it gets down in there. And so that's what a lot of people do. But I got a hardener right there. Makes this bondo up real good. So we get much like this. I go down about as far as I can and still be able to pull the ear back through. And that's kind of like how I do it. Try not to get bondo on it. Sometimes the little pile plate method is hard to beat, to be honest with you. Because it's kind of neat. And that's something to be, something to be said about that. Okay. And now, before it starts pouring everywhere, I grab my ear on the end, reinvert it like that, Make sure I grab a little bit more of this and get my napkin, jab down in there. Looks like that'll be enough. Squeeze on the end of the napkin. And remember, I haven't cut my ear canal off. And so that helps with the Bondo coming out to the end here. And still gotta put more. So I'll get the rest of it. Sometimes you can kind of eyeball it. And you know exactly how much you need to put, believe it or not. That does happen. So that's how I tend to do it. Anyway, I'm gonna grab my paper towels again, get that down in there. Try not to get on that beautiful hair. Just piebald ear as much as you can keep from it. Okay, so I'm mashing it up. Okay. Okay. It's in there, it's in there, it's in there. Okay. It's starting to get hard already. Okay. Pull that paper towel out. Hands off while you can. You don't want to get all over the ear if you keep on it. Then you start making sure the Bondo is everywhere. You know, we got this right here. Okay. Got a nice, pretty ear here. Okay, that's what we want. Some of this can go back out. It's actually a little bit too much, actually. Okay, so I think it's starting to dry those now. Okay, it is. Okay, that's good. That's the way it needs to be. Just a nice ear here. You don't see many deer like this, that's for sure. Not with this color phase here. I've seen some pretty brown variations, but not like this. Okay, this ought to pop right out like it did. Good to go on that. Okay. Now I'm going to show this one ear and assume that, you know, to do the other ear the same way. Okay, remember I left the canal on. That was for a reason. So I could pull down on this stuff here and okay, see, it's still not super hard, which is advantageous. I'm doing that on purpose, you know, that way it's a little easier on me. But I'm cutting right at the butt. There's a flat part that right by the canal, and I cut the canal. And see, the flat part is on this side. Can't see it right now, but I'll try to get where you can see it. Let's see. Well, it's right up under this bondo here. Sometimes I don't quite make it down that far, but that's how you know you're down far enough. So I cut most of the canal off already. Yeah, see now I'm just right here is the base. This far enough. See, right up under there is the base, or the butt, I guess, where the ear butt can go. See, there it is right there. Basically, I'm right there on it. So that's pretty good. Okay, that ear's good. Now that other ear, I'm going to do it the same way. And so that's how it's done. Just the same way you do if it was a deer head. So you're basically doing a deer head, but you've got the body attached. So all the rules, same rules apply. I'm on the feet now. Remember I cut so far down. So what I'll do, and this is all just like as if I was, now it's like if I'm doing the feet. When I was on the head, it was like doing a deer head. Now that I'm on the feet, it's like doing a foot mount. You know, like a deer foot mount. We're skinning it out the same way. This is all going to be underneath. It's not going to show. Already scoped it out, so go right in between those hooves. The more in the center you can get, the better off you're going to be. Here again, I'm separating. I'll show you this way. I can see the skin, I can see the membrane. Well, it looks like I'll have to show you this way. I can see the skin. Just run my knife's edge over it. I already know it's going to pop through, so we're good there. But here again, I want most of this to stay on the leg itself, so that's less we got to worry about later. We'll get here. pull back on that membrane and run my knife over it. And we do all 4 feet this way, where I hack the legs off. Now I'll make an incision usually down here where the bottom toes are, and I'll show you that here in just a little bit, what we do. Okay. Just pull back with my thumb. I see the membrane. See the membrane on this side. Just cut it, keep going on down. So this side working on down. Keeping that working on down to the toes. Just going evenly on both sides. Keep working your way on down. If you've ever done deerfoot forms, we're doing basically the same way, but I would do those. You can either sew it back up, or you can even, sewing's what I do. But a lot of times I need help putting the holes back in it. I'll use my hole punch and put my holes back in. And this is going to be underneath. It's never going to be seen anyway. So that's kind of the name of the game. With the dry tan method, the skin gets so hard so fast. If you're doing the tanning method, sewing would be great. His skin's a lot softer. So that works out pretty good for that. But as you can see, this is basically how it goes. You just run that knife edge over everything and bring it on down. You just want to be careful not to put holes. You don't want to put holes if you can keep from it. So So we're getting down to like this last knuckle, which is my stopping point right above right here on these dew claws, I guess you could call them. You get right down to those bad boys. And we're about right there. So here we got dew claws. And try to get up on. You get into that joint, it should just pop right off. Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. That was easy. Whew. Almost went farther than I wanted. You can see they're done. At least this one is on this side, so. Just that last joint right above it. Okay, then we got, on this side, we got one. Same thing on this side. We need to bring it down just a hair bit more. Yeah, that joint's easy to find. You just snip right through that joint, and it's no problem whatsoever. It comes apart pretty good. I've done it on this side already. See where I cut through that joint. If you can't exactly feel it, you can definitely see it. So, you know what I mean. So we just keep that in mind and keep on going down. Kind of see how I'm separating. I know my hand's going to get in the way constantly. It always happens, but you see how it comes apart. Look at that. I have to flesh all that out a little bit later, but you can see how it's coming out. So those, you go around to this side, you can bring all this down. Now we're working on the two middle hooves. Call them toes, I guess you could look at it like they're toes, but yeah, hooves is what I meant. Okay, go to this side. Work down that membrane that's still holding it together or holding it up. Right here in the front. See how that membrane will come right down. Just use my thumb to bring it down. Look at that, so easy. Come on down on this side with it. A little leverage with it. And then you'll come to the joints on these two hooves, I guess you could say. You call them toes, I guess, but yeah, right down here you come to them and okay, can you work this down? The joint is right here, so I think I'm gonna chance it in a little bit, getting the shears on there where I can cut to the joints. So I think I'm down pretty good and low enough where I can get to those. So let's see. See how far enough. See if I'm down far enough. Okay. Oh yeah. That'd help to go down a little farther, I think. I think I will. But I'm right there, you know, here in the middle here. So you just want to be careful of that. Bring it down here in the back a little bit more. Here on the sides, you can bring it down a little more. On this side, a little bit more. On the back side, just a hair bit more. That's where the joint is right there. The joints for both of them, right here. You can even run your knife through them if you wanted to, you know, to help out. So that way you know where to snip, you know. So okay. Right here, you can see the joint. You can see it. You just cut through that cartilage. You see the ball of that joint right there. You can use your knife, kind of get it pretty good a little bit. Yeah, this is just using the knife, see? And you can snip right there, snip right here. Making sure not to cut through the skin. Just like as if you was doing a hoof or a deer foot mount, you know. So, I got a little tendons you got to cut through. Here's one. Around here you can see a little bit of something holding on. So, that's the inside corner of the toe. You don't want to cut through that. So you want to get up in there as far as you need to go and cut through all that, you know. Okay. Little tendon or something holding right here. Leave that on the dang poof if we can, you know. And there you go. No holes, and don't need this no more. We do the other 4 the same way. You can get down there even a little bit further if you want to, you know, at least cut through some of that membrane, so you know, the stuff you need to put on it to preserve it gets way down in there. So but you get the idea. And what we'll do, we'll end up sewing this all back. But that's how you do it. You do the other 3 the same way. You know, just get that dry preservative down in there real good. I'll wet it with water to make sure it gets down in there as far as it can go. Make sure the skin's good and wet. Make sure you get any stuff off that's got to come off. You know, like tendons and stuff like that. Make sure you get all that stuff off too. That stuff's down in there as far as it will humanly go. Then we do the other 4 the same way. Make sure all the stuff that's skin out up through here is skin out. You know, you may have to re-invert the leg to get it, you know, get some of that stuff off. But, you know, it's got to come off. But, yeah, like right in here, all this has got to come off. Let's see, right through here. Got to make sure you get it off. It's all this little wiggly membrane, you know. You want just bare skin. And you want to treat it where it's not going to go bad on you. That's the name of the game. I'll clean this all up with either a knife or, you know, something like this or something. I'll just get back with you. Just make sure you cut all that loose membrane and skin and stuff off so it don't go bad on you. And you do all 4 legs this way. And I'll get back with you. Kind of do some form prep here. You know, I'll take down some of these places that are uneven and shade them down. There's places where the mold come together. I got my little stout rougher here. Takes all that stuff right off. Of course, I'm right-handed. It's easier to do it than my left hand. Down here. Okay, got a little super glue gel if you got it. A lot of times I have used regular super glue, but it runs. Got some super glue gel. It's better than super glue if you got it, but any super glue is better than no super glue. One way to put it. Okay. I got that around the eyes. Now I just get my pupil. I may have to put it in the light a little bit. Use a flashlight to make sure I get the pupil. I want the pupil level, if I can get it. Okay. Hard to see. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I can see it. Sometimes you have to barely be able to make it out. Okay, I can get it even, and hard to see these dark eyes. I think they've discontinued them, the Mohicans. They may be out of business or something about them. You just stick it in there, and you don't have to stick it long, and then it'll hold. And you do the other eye the same way. It's on my deer head mountain video where I do the eyelids and stuff, and a lot of times I'll start with the upper eyelid, but not always. Okay. Okay. Once I roughly get it, then I go back in with my modeling tool and do all the other stuff that needs to be done with it. Okay, I want that ridge. I want it to meet up flush with the top. I like doing that. And then a lot of times I don't start the eyelid until it gets way up here. Like right up, yeah, about right up in here. Don't want him too squinty-eyed, you know. That don't look too good. It looks good just like that, really, to be honest with you. See the overall shape? A lot of times there's a slight droop down in the back, like right in here. And it comes up and meets the upper eyelid in the back corner. And so that's kind of already good, really. But, okay. I want his eyelid a little bit wider, though. Okay, see what we got here. Let's see, get that there. We'll go down here. That's roughly the shape of your eyelid, you know. Okay. And a lot of times, you know, when you put your glue on around your eyes, a lot of times that's when I mash the kind of like the eyelid creases in. It also helps to use a little bit of clay too. So it's kind of what I'm doing here. Let's see. Look right here, right there, right there, right there. Oops, it didn't break off right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Mat it in a little bit. you go. And then you can do the same for the upper eyelid too. You can, you know, put a little bit of one up there. But it looks pretty good right there. Now you can also mash them into the glue a little bit, you know, the upper eyelid or something. Give them a little bit of an eyelid that way. Well, here's what I kind of got for one eye. Just do the other eye the same way. You just let it dry real good. And then I'll put something over the eyelid so the clay don't crack and drop off, which clay will do. It tends to do it. So, and yeah, if you shine the light in there, you'd see the pupil right in the middle. But you do the other eye the same way. And from the front, you know, I like to start the eyelid up a little bit high. I don't like to start it, you know, I don't want a squinty-eyed deer if at all possible. But I'll show it to you when it's done. Okay, that's kind of what I got. So, here I'm going to show you now about splitting the lips. And might as well show you on another deer because it's going to be something I have to do anyway. So might as well, if I'm going to do it, I might as well do it on another deer, you know. That way, yeah, you know what's going on. If you know what I mean. Helps me get done faster, what I got to get done. And I'm still showing you, so that's kind of what we got going on right now. And I think I already showed splitting the lips and all that stuff. I think that already went through. So all that should be on there. Or, I mean, the ears. I got that on there. That's all on there. So this is, I don't want to show you something more than once, but I definitely want to show you at least once. So get a straight edge razor if you got one, preferably they're the best. Well, usually on the flesh and beam, I'm down to about right here. So, but yeah, all this. This is called splitting the lips. And you got to assume that all this has been fleshed out up here. Okay, but at least you go all the way around. See this lip line? You know, when we skin the deer's head out, which I think I showed that, skinning the deer out. I hope, anyway. But just go around and basically split the lips all the way as far as they can split. Then you tuck the lips back up into the grooves on your form. So that's how we do that. So this is the lip line. You can see it. It's got the weird texture on the, that's his lips. That weird texture is his lips. Now put one finger behind so I can feel that I've skinned the lips out as far as they'll go. If that makes any sense to you. You know, you can take them down so far and then you risk putting a hole in it actually. So I'm going to go all the way around and show you. Okay, this is the nostril area. I'll show you all that. I'll split the lips and then I'll skin what meat is on the lips off, which is not much meat.
here in the front of the nostril. Try to get all that lip I can get. If we're tucking in the front, very, very front. Just bringing it around. You see the other side. A lot of times I'll do that first, just kind of get like a trimming outline sort of, and just kind of split the ears. But you got to remember, all this has been skinned out already if it was on the fleshing bee. And if you see it in my video, you can see where I kind of do that. So just bring it around. You see it skinning out slowly but surely. Just running my straight edge over it. And you can see I'm kind of splitting the lips, bringing them down and undoing them. And you feel that ridge disappear. That ridge is your lips not being split all the way. It takes a little bit of a feel though. I can feel that ridge disappear. You can see them separate a little bit too. So.
Okay, so I got the front. I may show all this too. I don't know if I got that on video, but I'll show it. If you can keep from putting a hole on here, it's beneficial because it's more patchwork. If you can keep from doing that, you're in good shape. Okay, now here around to the front. This is the lower lip. Okay, and then now same thing here. You see that lip material. It's got this kind of weird kind of lip material. And you just pull back with your other finger and separate all this. Here's that lower lip. A lot of times it shows a little bit on the bottom of your mount. That's what this is. Of course, I'm not telling you anything you don't already probably know. But see, here's where the lip is. Just under the lip, I'm cutting kind of in and back is what I'm doing. Just splitting the lips. You split it back so far, you can grab the lip actually and pull it out, and you'll see that membrane, and you run that knife over that membrane. Here in that corner, bring that back. You'll kind of see it a lot of times too. You'll see that membrane you got to get up under. You just run your blade along it. Get this separate for you good. Right here. Let's see, right video. Barely. Now I'm in it. Yeah, I see several places where I just bring that meat on down, grab that lip, all this. I'm pulling back and I can feel the membrane separating under the edge of my razor blade. Right here in the corners. Okay, that's pretty good. I can feel that separating. I'm about to the end right here. I can feel it. So, did pretty good there. That is that right there. I feel I've got down pretty good down to the end almost. So going on the other side, do it the same way. And I've got several videos showing me split the lips, on deer included, and other animals. So it's the same process on all your animals. Just gotta split those lips. You see how I brought it down pretty much to the very end. Kind of tedious, it is, but it's an important step though. Feel that lip splitting under the bottom of my finger. I can feel it separating. Feel that ridge disappearing. Okay, right through here, all this comes down, this comes down, this comes down. That's pretty well separated, although it can be skin out. Okay. I think I showed where I was getting the meat off. Well, let's go ahead and get the lips. Okay. There's excess meat on the lips that will come off. Some of it can be tricky. You gotta be careful. But I'll slowly cut that thing off with the edge of my razor blade. Just keep coming on down with it. I try not to put holes, but sometimes it's inevitable. Let's see. But I'd be as careful and tedious as you gotta be to get these lips right to the best of your ability, you know. Because they're gonna have to tuck into a slot that you make with your Dremel tool on your deer head.
what I'm doing is I'm raking my razor blade over that meat and bringing that meat up perpendicular to the lip now. So I skin it out. Now I'm going to go all the way around, just kind of perpendicular, and get that meat off that way. You'll find your own kind of technique that works best for you, but that tends to be what works best for me. Now all this can get got on the flesh and beam, and I think I do in the video. I have to double back and check, but pretty sure I do. But I know I didn't get the part where I split the lips. It, for whatever reason, did not make it onto my video. Bring it around. And the bottom line is you're not going to have much lip as you're skinning out anyway. But a lot of times I'll get the deer on the form before I do any final trimming on the lips, you know. That's just me. I got my own technique. Okay, the inside corner tends to be, you can see a little hair coloration difference. The inside corner is where I tend to have the most lip that I leave, you know, for tucking reasons. You know, the inside corner between the upper and lower lip. And I'll allow for that extra skin and that extra tucking when I Dremel the form out, which I'm sure I showed. Yeah, it's been a few days. I have to try and backtrack and find out what made it and what didn't make it on the video, you know, which is kind of pathetic. But all of this, it just kind of comes off. Nothing hard about it. It's tedious, but not hard. You gotta be careful, make sure you have control over where your razor blade goes and it cuts what it wants to cut and not what you don't want it to cut, you know. It's all about having the control. You know, that you've got with your, now I know I've got plenty. I'll cut this excess off, and look at that. Your lip is skin, see? That's the inside corner on one side. Now all this, you do this on the flesh and beam, or I do. Makes my life a lot easier. Just use a razor blade for the minimum amount that you have to use it for, and everything's great. Now I'm going perpendicular on my lip, all the way around my lip. You know, from the upper to the lower lip. Basically going around, taking that meat off. And going perpendicular. You kind of see how you can see how I've done the lips. Just raking side to side, going perpendicular with the lips, and then we're going to rake all the way around until I meet up on the other side. And that is your lip split and skin also. You know, you skin all the meat off your lips, you split them and skin them. So I guess that's all part of the lip splitting process, I guess.
But yeah, I figured if I was going to have to show you where it didn't show before, do it on another cape. So it just helps me along all that much further, you know. Okay. Not sure if I got the part where I do the nostrils. You can go ahead and continue splitting the lips if you want to, and go ahead and get that done first. But a lot of times that goes straight to the nostrils. You know, just out of creature of habit. Because the lip is right here anyway. But you don't have to. You know, you can keep splitting the lips, go all the way around. Put all this meat somewhere like in the garbage or something, so it's not right here in front of it. And you keep going around. I can still feel where I can split my lips a little bit more right there. And take a little bit of meat off these sides here. You got whisker follicles, and I try to just dodge those. You know, I'm not doing like a professional mount, like a contest or anything. Just doing commercial grade. So, in other words, I don't skin around every hair follicle. I'll skim over it, get as much meat off as possible, and then kind of let it ride. And I'll show you that again too, if I didn't show you before. Not sure. Haven't looked back. But it's going to be done anyway. And it's not a bad idea to see it again anyway. So, I'm going to show you. Here's the inside corner on the other side of the mouth. We got the inside corner on one side, and we got the inside corner on this other side. And I'll skin it back as far as what I, actually farther than what I need. And that's more than I'll ever use right there. But I do tend to do that. And then just cut it off. And this is the inside corner of mouth on the other side, see. Okay, go around to the lower jaw again. All this can, sometimes you can do a little bit more splitting, and run into that a lot. So you get more splitting. And make sure I'm going. And it's working. Okay. Go around to the bottom here. Just working my way around. Because if you look at it, the mouth is just a hole. And everything around it's got to be skin out. The lips. From the upper to the lower. lot of times it's kind of tricky right down here in the bottom. You know, this lower lip. Okay, but for the most part, I've got it skin out all the way around. Maybe take a little bit more off the inside here. That's pretty well got though, okay. So it looks like we got most of it all the way around. That's a little bit more here on this lower lip. Right in here, I guess, could come off. It's real easy to put a hole right here. Kind of tricks you a little bit right in there, this little piece right here. I don't know what you call it. It's right there on the lower lip on bottom. Okay. But I'm going to go ahead and do I think I already got all this. But I'll show you again. This is the lower lip. Okay. I get what I can with the flesh and beam, and a lot of times I get all this. But you got hair follicles you got to watch out for. And what I tend to do, I'll see the hair follicles, and I kind of rate my razor blade accordingly. Not I do it in a way not to cut the follicles. But there is that padding material just above them. See, here's some hair follicles. I did not go through them. I see the padding material just above them. So I get all that. And okay. So I can see the hair follicles underneath, but I'm also getting a lot of the padding material just above the hair follicles. And I will try to get as close to the follicles as I can. I'll show you what I do after I do that. And I haven't had problems. I've seen deer that I've mounted 12 years ago, and they're still looking good. So I know it's working. But I'll show you what I mean. The fleshing and everything. Here's a hair follicle. So there's some follicles. They're presenting themselves to me, kind of. Okay. Okay, bringing it, just taking that meat off the top, that padding material, I guess you could call it. This is right below the lower lip right there. On the lower jaw there, it's like a padding material. All animals tend to have it, even coyotes and bobcats. To a degree, they all have this. So I'm just kind of raking it off. Pretty sure I showed this maybe with my knife or something. When it was on the flesh and beam. But you're getting it again. It's just a part of it that's got to be done. And I always tend to cut a follicle, a few follicles here and there, but I'm good enough not to cut every single follicle. So it might be a good goal to reach is try not to cut every, every follicle you come to. Kind of a catch-22. You want to get as close as you can, but you don't want to cut to the hair follicles. You can keep from it. It's kind of like a balance there. Okay, now here's the. Now when I tend to skin all the follicles, or all the meat that I think I can get off without cutting through the follicles, okay, I can cut through some of this. Some more of that padding material. There's some hair follicles here. Right in here. There's some follicles. And I hadn't had no problems with my deer doing it this way. Or any of my animals. But I'll show you what I mean. I guess people that tan their cakes, it's probably the same thing with them. They're doing all this the same way. Which I have tanned some cakes. I've even used what's called, I guess, like a vegetable tan with vinegar and all that. I've done that on several deer. I've experimented around, with some of the tanning techniques. There's one, you gotta get real good. Okay, and making believe all this is skin out. Right here on the bottom lip. I've got down the hair follicles. Now I'll make a crosshatch pattern with my razor. And I know it's penetrating down there into the padding. I don't want to go through the skin, but I definitely want to go through that padding. And I'll tend to go one way, and then I'll go the other way, just kind of like make a crosshatch pattern. And you can see it. And there's that padding material in between the follicles that I didn't get. And, let that preservative get down in there real good. I'll even wet it kind of and rub the preservative in real good. Kind of make sure it gets down in there. Here's in front, all that padding material. Crosshatch pattern. You go one way and then you go the other way. Make sure you go deep enough, but not too deep. You want to know it's getting down in there. And then you go to this side. Same thing on this side. Get down in there. You get down in there. Then I'll wet it real good or something, or get my dry preservative down in there, or rub it real good down in there. Now this is after it's already all been skinned out. You can do this and make sure it gets down in those little cracks and grooves real good. And it's usually good enough right there. Skin the whole thing out, but in case you don't, you can spray a little water in there and make sure the preservative really gets down in there. Rub it in there real good, and you're not going to have a bit of problem with it. I'll show the nose area. It may not have came through either. Heck, I can't remember. Okay, I've already split the lips. But a lot of times, I'll come down here, one side or the other of the bridge of the nose. And then right there, cut through all that cartilage to the skin. I'm going to start working on each individual nostril. Okay, so like I've got, okay, I'll work on this one closest to me first. And okay, all this, and I guess you could separate them on both sides a little bit. Just taking that cartilage off, just skinning it off is the right word. Skinning that cartilage off. Okay, then I use one finger and pull back. It just exposes everything. Even here in the middle, let me get this one side here. But you see, all this red meat, that's that from the front, that nose padding in the front, in front of the nostril, all that, you can get pretty close down to the skin right there. So, looks like this can skin down a little bit further. And you got to be careful. It helps to, it's tedious, but it's got to be done. So, basically you just kind of feel as you go, I guess is the right word. Just kind of come around through here. And okay, this is below the nostril. Let's see, taking all this off. You can just feel that meat on there, kind of. You got to be careful. It's super, super easy. Sometimes I use scissors and just snip this stuff off. You know, you can use your, you can be surprised what you can do with scissors as far as around the nostril area. Cutting off all this, I guess almost cartilage in this. It's almost like cartilage. But it's right around bottom of the nose, right in here. There's a lot of it. Yeah, right in here. And all this can come off. And sometimes I'll use scissors on this. This seems to work out real good for me. As you can see, it's I have one finger kind of up in the nostril a little bit, and it acts like a little bit of a fleshy beam, and then I go to work with my razor blade. And I'll bring that stuff down. That's the inside corner of the nostril here. Real easy to put a hole here. And here's where the scissors reign supreme. Just kind of snip that stuff off. You don't have to worry so much about putting, you know, cutting holes or anything. You see how that just kind of comes off? Right in here, there's some. This is just real fine stuff right in here. But that's pretty good right there, actually. Maybe do a little bit more trimming. And then right down here. Okay, and go down here. Here's whiskers on the bottom, like around the bottom of his snout there. Those with hair follicles. See, I'm not cutting through them, but I'm raking over and getting. You can get the meat off and expose those follicles, and you know you've almost gone down far enough as far as a commercial mount. So. And it's easy. I just cut through a follicle there. It's real easy to cut through follicles. I do it often. It's just part of the deal, I guess you could say. It happens. So, kind of showing you. See, I've already got this nostril kind of skin out already a little bit, pretty much. And of course, there's the inside corner right here. Let's see how far I can get here. Okay, you can usually get kind of up in there pretty good. But you can see how it's kind of breaking loose. And just let your other finger determine. You can kind of sense the thickness of where you're using your razor. That's a good way to put it. You can kind of sense the thickness, determines how deep you want to cut, and keeps you from having a lot of boo-boos with your razor. Just to kind of keep that in mind, your thickness of where you're using your razor, and it'll help you. So, look right here. I know it's not super thick. Real easy to put a hole right here. I just keep coming around. Let's see. Keep coming around. Okay. I've cut through a few follicles accidentally. These are right here on the side of the nose. You see all these hair follicles? Those are the ones you try not to cut through. It's inevitable. I always cut through a few, but I never cut through a lot of them, if you know what I mean. Sometimes it depends on what kind of day you're having. Some days you feel better than others. You may do more damage or something. Just do the best you can always, and you'll come out ahead. I've cut through a few. Cut through that one there. But I can see the follicles. And it's always easy to cut a few. But now all this can be done on the fleshing beam, as I mentioned before. Okay. It's kind of hard to show you a little bit because the head ain't been skin out or fleshed out. So it makes it a little bit more cantankerous, but I'm going to show you. It's just got to be done again, basically. So, okay, all this is on the side of the face. Between the upper and lower jaw, there's not many whiskers at all, I don't think. Yeah, there's none here. It's just smooth skin. And you can kind of tell when you've got down far enough. Okay. Now you got to do the other side the same way, but I'm showing you I think I've just about got down far enough. Okay, right in here, I think I'm a little bit thick still. I can feel some thickness, but it's real easy to put a hole here too, so be careful. And actually a crosshatch pattern here can help get you down where you need to be. Okay. You see all this underneath the nostril. You can put it, it's ever so thin of a layer, but it can come off. And go ahead and get it off. But some places you don't want to cut through those follicles. And so you're careful. I guess it's the best way to put it right there. But you got to make sure you're down far enough down. And all this can come off. Okay, that's good enough right there. Okay, looks like I can separate a little bit right in here. A lot of times I do separate that membrane as much as it'll let me do it. So a lot of times that's what I do. I will take it down as far as it'll let me. And some of it, like trimming the nostril out, which I'll cut a bunch of this off. A lot of times I do that on the deer itself. After I get the hide on, but you ain't got to. So. A lot of times you can have trouble turning the nostrils inside out, and for that reason, we'll cut a bunch of that off. That way it'll invert a lot easier, when I got to invert it to put on the deer, put on the mannequin or whatever. It'll invert a lot easier if I do that. So, that's what I got. This is just outside that nostril inverted. Okay, now also, as far as right in here, I think we just about got this down as far as we want to get, safely. Maybe a little bit more back in here. I think I can get a little bit more off. Okay. Okay, but as a recap, we've split the lips. We got most of this meat off, but not all of it. Okay. Okay, I split the lips, and I'm showing you one side of I showed you underneath the lower lip how we made a crosshatch pattern without trying, cutting all the follicles. That's good enough for commercial grade. And the side of the whiskers on the side, I'll kind of do the same thing there. I see the follicles, and I like that crosshatch pattern. I'll put it in the side even here. And, A lot of times I do kind of skin around follicles a little bit, but I don't get carried away with it. And this is all that padding, you know, on the side. I'll just do that and this. Maybe make sure it's damp, you know, a little. And put my dry preservative on it. And I don't know, it's that crosshatch pattern. It's still getting in there real good. And I'm basically showing you this because I didn't, and I do the other nostril the same way. I skin out around it, skin all that padding down to the hair follicles, which you can get real good on the nose. You can get right down to that very skin, you know. All that comes right up. And like right here on the inside, all this, it's just red meat. It will come right off. But that's on the nose part. You can get real good on the nose. And so I showed you one nostril, showed you how to do the nose there, and showed you how I kind of get all that stuff on the side here. And using that crosshatch pattern when I put that the dry preservative, which is my technique I like to use. The dry tan method, I guess they say. And just make sure your lips are good and covered with that dry preservative. Don't leave anything without it. And then usually all this other stuff, the eyes and all that. I think I showed you the eyes too. So all that gets done. So I've showed you, I bundled the ears, showed you how you split the lips and do the lips. I know I showed you how to do the eyes. A lot of times I get that with a knife. I may even got some of that on video. I use a sharp knife when it's on flesh and bean. A lot of times I get right up to the lips. And that way when you split the lips, you ain't got to worry about all this excess meat on them. But just to show you, I went ahead and split the lips. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a base. And if you look right here on the end, you know it's pretty darn flush. And then out here, I've got 17 inches, pretty darn close. And I actually use a measuring tape to make the mark, and then I come back with this ruler. But what I'm getting at is I'm going to use this. Okay, we'll see the bottom. I got another line down here, and I want it out 17 too, because I'm just going 17 by 22, no octagonal base or none of that stuff. Well, I hope you can see that. It is I've got my rectangle. Okay, now for the rest, I usually do it I get closer by eyeball instead of just like measuring the same length over and over again and getting slight discrepancies. I go ahead, try to eyeball everything. Match these corners up here real good. Now we cut that sucker. I think I've got some screws that are too long, but I've also got some screws that are really too short. I think these are about perfect though. Like this screw right here, I'm going to use screws instead of nails. But this screw right here, a little bit too long. It may go through the plywood, but it doesn't matter because it's just going to have coverage on the side that's, you know, where the animal's going to be. It probably doesn't matter a whole lot. Plus, you could just snip it off with a pair of bolt cutters. I think I've got enough of these right here. I think when they sink down, they're almost not going to be long enough, to seep down that wood to really hold. But that doesn't bother me because, if you got one that's too long, you can drill the hole, back it out, and then just cut that little piece off and then use it again. I mean, it doesn't have to be a point on the end as long as you've already got your hole drilled with your screw. Just snip it off with a pair of bolt cutters and it'll fit. Maybe on this one, maybe just 1/4 of an inch or so. Something like that, where it'll still sink through the wood to hold. But I've done that many a times. Just cut the end of it off with a pair of bolt cutters or something, and you can get whatever you're working on done without having to run to the store or to the hardware store. If it's late at night or something, you can still get your project done. You can countersink your holes so your screw can go down farther. It'll take a lot longer, but not really. If you know where you're going to put your screws, go ahead and countersink, like maybe with a bigger drill bit or something. So your screw can go down farther and go through your piece of wood, your plywood for your base. So there's little tricks you can do to get around screw links if you don't have the right screws or the right nails. Well, I'm doing some of the countersinking, using a drill bit to go down so far. An oversized drill bit. It's working okay. Whatever works, right? And as you can see, it's working good. Nice and flush. Using this as a straight edge to make sure I don't get a little bit off center. And that's pretty good. Now we just turn around and do the other side. We can put a couple more screws through there if we want to really make sure it's good and secure. I just got 2 screws in it. Okay, so now, obviously this is going to be the bottom. So there's one I don't have to countersink here on the bottom, so that's good. Now match up my corners real good. Make sure my straight edge is right up against my piece of wood. And I mash down real hard where nothing wants to move. Grab my drill bit. Sink that sucker in. I'm going to countersink a little bit for some of these slightly short screws. Maybe less than 1/4 of an inch too short. Right there, looks like about right there. Try to go straight down with it. And use my little leveling straight edge here. Okay, that's pretty straight all the way across. And I hold down real hard. There we are. Perfect. Okay, you got to shoot some screws in from the top. Now these are like super short, and they're not going to go all the way through the wood, so that's all right. And I just want to cinch them down real good and tight and draw that wood up to the plywood. You don't want no gaps if you can keep from it. And you need to do that all the way around. You just want to look underneath and make sure you don't get close to one of your other screws already. And you just go all the way around like that. Yeah, I think my goal is not to have any space. You don't want to see any daylight. I mean, if you can do that, that's better. And let's see, we got this side. If you see right here, you see it's flush up against the wood. And the corners match up relatively, well, pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. What it is, we got to put molding trim around it. Stuff that they use on the bottom of walls of houses. And so we want these corners nice and flush. You know, some of that is where the wood kind of bows out a little bit from the top. It should be pretty darn even. So this is kind of what we got. And now we're going to start putting the molding trim on. What I like to do is kind of custom fit each side, just to make sure it's as close as it can get. So I'll put a marker right here. And I'll leave myself a little extra room so I can cut my edges. And a sharp pencil will get you a lot closer than some of your other stuff out there. Okay, I'll cut off short pieces at a time. You know, I want to make sure I got enough to do that. But it's just easier for me to work with, you know, instead of trying to work with a big old long piece of wood. I've got my 1 5/8 finishing, my 1 5/8 paneling nails. They call them panel nails. 1 5/8 panel nails. So I'm going to go ahead and just pre-start some of these guys so I'm not hammering so hard, you know, sideways. I think I've got this one pretty much spot on. So I go down. I know I've got at least an inch and some, and even more where I can, I'll go down maybe up from the bottom about a ½ inch. I want them going straight down, and this is a good way to do it. Just make sure you hit the nail head on. To damage this wood, because this is going to be your outside. And what we'll do, we'll cover these holes. We'll sink these nail holes in, cover it with wood filler, and it'll look just like a little knot in the wood, and it'll barely be noticing. And after you stain it, the stain will continue. It seems like the stain gets a little darker. Over time, it'll get darker and darker, and the little hole that you covered with the wood filler, it starts to match better and better as it gets darker and darker. It's weird, but it seems to do that. As good as possible on the bottom and everything. You get right here on the corner as good as you can. That's pretty good on that side. Go ahead and start that. What we got going on here. The wood is a little off underneath. We're going to put those little things like that go on the bottom of tables and chairs and stuff, just to kind of, so it doesn't rough up their floor or something, you know. I mean, I don't always even do that, but sometimes it's not a bad idea. Get as far down as you can without you know, damaging the wood too bad. Oh, this is not going to be fun. That's pretty good. That's how you do it. And then we'll get a little punch and then pop them in and then cover them with wood filler. A good idea. Go ahead and put my table legs on. That way I don't have to be super accurate. I mean, I can be accurate on the sides, but don't have to worry so much about the bottom, I think. You know, I can line that up and eyeball it. Okay, I got my little table leg things, and I just tap them in. I don't have any wood glue, but I got some Gorilla Glue, and this stuff is strong. Just put some along the little nail there, and then stick it down in there. And then pop the rest of the way down. Tap it flush. I dremel down about 1/4 inch or so, just to kind of mark and kind of set my holes a little bit. I put this little bit of Gorilla Glue on here. You just let it flush. They ain't gonna come out. Now we're gonna go off to the other side here. And now it's perfectly even, you know, relatively speaking. And I can eyeball it and should be able to get pretty good. Main thing I'm worried about is getting them corners to flush up with my miter saw. Cut it down with a jigsaw so I'm not, you know, fighting a big old long piece of wood. And don't really have room in my shop to do that. But from the inside out, I'm on a 45-degree angle, which these miter saws are good for. And you can even get those kinds, you know, you can get those little miter boxes. They're a lot cheaper than like one of these. This is just a pawn shop special. That's probably why it's a little bit messed up. But I want to match it where I know. I'll even move the blade a little bit so I can get right on there. If anything, I'd rather be a little bit long than a little bit short. And you see how it puts the awesome 45-degree angle and right here on my mark, right here on my pencil mark. It's a good piece. See up here at the top, my pencil mark? So then you do the other side. The other side, since my miter saw is messed up, I have to turn it upside down and do it. But it's the same thing. You just gotta be real careful with it. You'd rather cut it slightly too long and then you can shorten it down or whatever. Well, the edges match up perfect. I really done a fine job on this guy. And you can just go all the way around like this. But I got a little piece of wood that splintered off and stayed on the other piece of wood. And I guess it's where not running my miter saw all the way through. And, you know, maybe letting go of the miter saw button too early. And this piece was still on the other piece of wood. And I noticed it, and so I just broke it off and glued it back on here. And I'm not going to have to try to fill up a big old chunk of wood with a wood filler to try to make it match. So I just glued it back on. So I've got my little nail nose pliers, you know, laying on it to kind of balance it out. But it should be dry here in a minute. So, well, you get the idea. I want them corners to flush up as good as possible so you don't have to use a whole bunch of wood filler and not look quite as good. I got well, it's the back of a plaque that's really good and flat, and I'll use that to bypass me putting the, you know, the little stoppers on the bottom and be able to level my paneling and everything. So I've got that taken care of. Got another one here. Try to hit them head on. It's probably better to do small taps. There you are. Got 3 of them. I might put 1 or 2 more. Now all we gotta do is worry about the sides. Look, that's a good match up top. I know they got tools for this, I think. That's pretty good right there. Make sure it all lines up real good. Make sure these corners are pretty darn good. Seems to be pretty good. Let's see what we got over here. Pull this out a little bit. Good thing about this pine, stuff goes in. Well, that'll pull up like that once I tap it in real good. Oops, didn't get that. Got me a little punch, and I'll try to get this where you can see it. I'll just get down here and put it right in the center of that little nail, and usually just pound it once or twice with a hammer. Corners flush, pretty good. A little bit of gap right in here, which I tend to do a lot for some reason. But I want to make sure at least the tops match up real good. You know, for these nail holes, I just get a little bit of this wood filler. It comes in different colors, but you put a dark stain on, it's probably not going to matter a whole lot anyway. And you just cover up your nail holes. Right here. Yeah, I got something that's not the same color as this pine, that's for sure. But you get that dark stain on there, it's gonna be okay anyway. Now we go ahead and stain this guy. The brush almost too big. And then we let it dry, stain out. And we're gonna gloss it, and it's gonna really look good. You can stain the inside if you want. We're going to use a potting soil. I think it's the best bet. I have used mache, even foam. You know that foam that you put in? And then put adhesive on it. And I'm still not 100% sure what we're going to do there. But we're going to do some stuff there. So let that stuff soak into the wood, this pine. Give it a really good color. Just want to go ahead and stain a little on the inside, right? And I'm watching it as it dries. Now you can't even tell the nail holes already almost. After it gets gloss and another layer of this, I think I'm going to put another layer, and you'll never even see where the wood filler went over those nail holes. I've got my Minwax clear gloss, polyurethane. It shines good enough for me. I've also got some of that Envirotex that's really good for stuff like this. But I may use that on my fish a little bit later. But it's literally this easy. You just put it on. Make sure everything shines up real good. Now a lot of times, your local woodworking shops, they are set up for the taxidermists. And you're supporting your local economy that way too. You know, local businesses. A lot of local wood shops, you know, that are wood companies, you know, that make plaques and stuff. They have all this stuff. You can just walk right in and buy them. And it's solid wood. And it's not synthetic wood, which is which is even better. Here's a good base I made. I got real good on the corners and everything. I took my time with the miter saw. And actually, when you cut with a miter saw, if you're not careful, you can take off too much and your measurements will be off. And you'll have to compensate by filling in the gaps. But I got good enough with this, with my miter saw. When I made a line, I cut out away from the line. That way the blade, the thickness of the blade and it cutting through the wood, sometimes it would be right on the mark. So that's how, I guess what I'm getting at is I got real good clearances. And the reason I got good clearances, like right in here and there and all that, they were relatively tight fits, which is what you want. That means it's a good snug fit. These two pieces on each end. And also something else I did was there was places where this would have been away from the form a little bit. But what I did was places where this plywood was sticking out a little bit too far past this. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah. Places where the plywood was sticking out past this, I simply got my sawzall and cut it off. Okay, this right here, when I made the base, some of this was sticking out too far past this. So I simply got my sawzall and trimmed it down with this. Tried my jigsaw. With jigsaw will work if the blade's long enough. But this has definitely a long enough blade. And when I trimmed off the excess sticking out, it made this fit flush up against this. And it made it easier for tapping in with, panel nails. That's what it's called. Panel nails. But the panel nails have like little rivets in them. Once you put them in, they're hard to pull out. And it's because they can help put this paneling in and it's going to keep that paneling from backing back out. But with the plywood flush with the 1x1s I used underneath, it made for real good close clearances on the corners. Plus, using my miter saw correctly and not overcutting, cutting up to the line, but not too much, allowing for thickness of the blade even when you're making your cut. So you have close tolerances, and it come out to a real good making base. So basically, I'm gonna put him where I want him, and then like maybe make a X with a Sharpie pen where I want plants or something on him. So I'll grab my Sharpie pen. Maybe don't want to cover him up, of course. Maybe just some minimal ground cover. Maybe places where I might put a plant, real small or something, maybe a leaf or two, and not much up front really. You don't want to block off anything. And something right here, something right in here maybe. Now that I've done that, I'll pick him back up and kind of put him back where I had him. Just kind of out of the way. Yeah, pretty much everywhere I've made an X or something, I'll put a plant in, but I got to determine, how high it's going to be. If it's going to cover the deer up in any certain way, and I basically want small ground cover for the most part, and then it's going to have dirt. But then I've got, little small stuff like this that looks real good. And so I'm going to put that in strategic places. So what I'm going to do is just staple my plant. Like on a lot of these plants, I'll just bend the end a little bit where it'll hold. And then if I'm happy with the spot where I want it to be, then I'll just throw some staples in it. I'm going to mix glue and water together, and it says half and half glue and water. You know, like for the soil. Okay, got a little Sharpie pen. Sometimes if you need it, I'll make a little bit of tucking room, like right in here, around in here. You know, if you need it. I know a lot of times it's natural for the animal skin to just come straight out without really going in much. But like if you need room to tuck for some reason or another, like maybe not an exact fit or something, you can strategically kind of, you know, come in some of these places a little bit, tuck a little bit. It looks pretty good. And right up here in the chest if you need it. You just kind of dribble it out with your dribble tool. You know, if you need it. Just come in like Let's get the idea. One time I'm going to kind of take some of this off. The idea, and then I go back with a stout rougher and rough the form up so the hide paste, you know, kind of goes on real good. And yeah, this is, you can use this to carve foam real good. It will. You get the idea. Take off that layer of that stuff that's on there, you know. If you want it good, if you want your skin to stay where it's going to be, you know. But you get the idea. And then of course I'm altering more in through here and through there, just like I did this. And you got extra tucking room if you need it, you know. And but figured I'd show that to you. Okay, one thing I forgot to do that I do a lot of times, especially when I'm having to take the head off to begin with, I'll put like straight marks where, you know, if I already know where I'm going to cut it and everything, I'll get my head on exactly where it was at. You know, if I'm not wanting to alter where his head's at, I'll put his head back just like it was, exactly where I cut it. And it makes my life a lot easier gluing the head back on. I've got marks made. I know where the head was at. That way, I can easily line it back up. I want to be straight, but you get the idea. It just makes life a lot easier. When I cut it, I know where. I know how to rematch it back up. A little bit of clay. Make a small worm-like shape to go under the eye. Now, y'all seen a million videos on deer eyes, including mine. Okay. I'll go around the front. Just a little triangle of clay and put up top. Maybe kind of a little bit of a worm here. And they usually do a lot better work than this, but we'll get it. We'll make it look good. The water fixes everything, you know. Let's see. Let's see. Kind of put a worm-like vermiculation, kind of like a worm-like mark with the clay, a worm-like, kind of molded it loosely, like a thick worm, I guess. Just to go up under the bottom there, bottom of the eye. Let's see, go around here. You go around. The lower eye is very important, right here at the tear duct or whatever. Let's see. Leave the tear duct groove kind of open, but kind of like right here where the tear duct starts, I will go around. Let's see up here up top. Yeah, a lot of times you can, the right way to show you is just do a thin bit for the eyelid up top and go over thicker and kind of build your brow up. And your brow will kind of be up through here, and you kind of build that up. You'll have the thin clay down here. Let's see. For your eyelid. It's already. And your brow clay will go over your eyelid clay from the previous layer. And that's how you, kind of like how you do that. So, you be able to drop the stand and all that. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. And down here, right here, usually the lowest portion of the lower eye is about right in, I guess you could say, starts about, about right in there. And that's usually about the lowest portion. It is right here in this back corner right here. And it goes this is down it there. Of course, Well, let's see, I'll show you. I'm assuming this is all the eyelid clay. Right through here. Okay. Then you got your lower eyelid. Get a little. You get the idea, kind of. Let's see what we. Go around like that. Well, this is what I kind of got. No, let's see. Okay, that's kind of what I got. Looks okay. These look good from the front too, though. So. That's kind of what I got right there. Mm. Kind of like a little bit of a brow there. Go right through there. It could be more pronounced, of course, later with the I'm ready to glue it and everything in place. And then we grab a super small one right here. I mean, super small. This one will be like a small worm. I had in the back past just matched it in with glue, with the glue that's on it. But it does seem like it probably looks a little better if I go ahead and just put it in like right now. I like that. That's kind of what it's going to look like right here. Kind of an odd deer anyway with that nose the way it is, but ain't nothing we can do about that. Just a strange looking deer. So that's what we kind of got. They're going to do the other eye the same way. Well, that's what we got, and of course we're going to do the other eye same way. It's kind of a little odd looking, but it is what it is with that long snout, Just strange looking deer all the way around. I'll go ahead and get the other eye, and I'll show you what we're going to do next. See, a lot of times, especially if I Bondo it or something, or even if I glue it, I'll put these holes in there, with a sharp pointy object. In this case, it's my AWL, they call it. I'm going to go ahead and just mark all these put all these holes in it, and then the Bondo will kind of suck in there and grab better. And then you don't have to worry about your head busting off when you're trying to mount him and all that stuff. So and of course I'll do it on the body as well, where the neck is, and then that way it's going to be a real good connection with the Bondo or glue, whichever I decide to use. But I didn't do the nose. Now's the time to do the nose. I use a reference. I kind of go up into this area right up in here and dig all that out. But the nostril kind of, well, let me show you with a Sharpie pen. I'll dig all this out. Of course, I'll leave the outer, shape, but it'll go about like this. You can see it'll go about like that. There's a little bit of something right there concerning his nostril right there. And you go, trying to keep the outer shape, of course. I go around. I go right here, then right down in there, down in there, and that's kind of when I dig out. And when I go in there, I'll kind of go this way, and I'll waller out a lot of spot up in here, and then I'll make sure this is kind of presentable, nice looking, down through here. And that's what I got. And then of course I do both sides that way. And this is probably, right in here is pretty deep. Definitely up in there is pretty deep. Right here I just almost flatten it out right here. With a little bit of inward angle, and like right here. And of course right here, all this stays on. So basically I get my Dremel tool back here in this back corner, and then start digging kind of like out this way. But all in here and all right in there is, inside is kind of dug out pretty good. And I'm fixing to show you that right now. I'm going to kind of show you what I got going on here. Got my Dremel tool. Of course I got several videos where I do this, but I'll right up in here. And get up in there. Right down here is going to be kind of flat. And not real deep, Sometimes I accidentally go all the way through, to the other side of the nostril, but I don't let it bug me at all. Yep. I go up here, right here in the back corner, and I tend to take it kind of right along the side of the nose there, and And that's basically it right there. As long as I got room to tuck that skin up in there, you know. And that's what works for me. You get all that back up in there. Kind of comes around to there. That's what I got. I'll do the other side the same way and make sure they kind of match good, and it's ready to go. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stick the head in, and I made a little incision behind the skull because I had a hard time getting it to come off around his head. So I went ahead and made a little cut along the skull, kind of aid me a little bit, help me to get that stuff. And now I can even put clay in behind the, in the ears and all that. So that's make my life a lot easier. And of course, this head's going to come down there. It's going to be a nice loose fit. So that's going to work out real good. And what I'm going to do is I'll match up those gradient lines on him, and that I put on his neck, and so I can bond it right back in place again. It'll be just so much better because of that. So, but I'll try and get in a strategic position where you can see that, and I'll get back with you. A little hardener here. It's been hardening pretty quick here lately. It's probably not going to use a lot, but that ought to be enough right there. And what we do is bundle that head on real good. And I got those gradient marks. Not to mention there's a little ridge along where the form was at. You can see an imprint of the ridge where it was at. The flashing where the two molds come together. You can see that a little bit too. But those marks I put kind of help line everything up. It sure helps. I put more on the side that I have access to, just for the simple fact if I have to. If I have to squeeze mono out, I'd rather do it on this side as opposed to the other. But, make sure it's all over everywhere, of course. It's definitely on there. Definitely don't need to put any more than that, for sure. Okay, that's plenty. Okay, there it is. see. That'll come up. There it is. That feels pretty good to me. Make sure the skin's not under it, of course. And okay, before it gets too hard, I like getting the peeling the soft stuff off. Usually it comes off pretty easy. Yeah, peeling all that stuff off, it'll come out of the sides. Yeah, oh yeah, pretty good right there. Yeah, pretty good. A little bit right there though. Okay, oh yeah, good piece. Good piece broke off right there. Okay, now it can harden up just a little bit longer before we start moving it too much. But okay, I've got holes that I gotta put in the bottom of the feet. Basically right there where the hooves start. And I'm gonna go a little more forwards with the hole. So it doesn't look like he's standing on the back of his heels, which I've seen a little bit occasionally. That's just gonna have to be that way. Yeah, I'm going to pin the skin in place. That way it's That's a lot easier on me, actually. So, let's get the head off the table a little bit, maybe. I don't know, that might work. That's fine. I'm going to balance things with whatever I got at my disposal. Bondo lids, Elmer's glue, even blocks. I got cement blocks to help me out if I need it. Okay, that goes. Here's the breast area. I'm going to go ahead and take the screws out that I put in the midsection and Bondo all that. Okay, as you can see, I've got a lot of pins. Just kind of got everything in place, and well, a lot of times what I'll do as I sew, I'll pull the pins out as I go, and everything is proportional. But I still got to Bondo the belly together and put some hide paste on the legs, inside the armpit areas, and up the sides, and not going to worry so much about the back. But that's how I roll. That's how I'm going to do it. I got some more Bondo mixed up, and I'm just going to put it in here in this crease here, just like I did on the head. Same thing here. Just put it up in there. What else you can do is shoot screws back into it. Like use the same screw holes again. There's one. Let's see, here's one right here. Well, as you can see, it's already starting to set. That stuff will come out. But you can break it off before it gets too hard. It seems to help. It breaks off real easy. That's a good part about it. Just comes right off. A place where it might be a little uneven, you know, get a little clay on there. And it's never going to come apart again anyways. Nobody's going to know nothing. Screw holes. You can cover them back up, of course. And then you start sewing. Get this bad boy sewed up before he starts to go bad or anything.
see what we got right here. We got this right there.
A little water on your finger, and there it smooths it out. I've got some clay. I'm kind of build up around the base of the tail, and I'm gonna go about maybe about 2/3 of the way down, I guess. You know, thicker up front and then thinner as you go back. And then we got to sew the tail up. So a lot of sewing. There's where the tail starts is right back there. Test fitting to make sure it fits. That's a little bit too thick. Okay. No, we thin it down. That'll be the base. So it'll fit a lot better, okay? I'm going to do everything I can while I got it on its back. That's my sewing and everything. It's just so much easier that way. And then when I right side him up, then he'll be in good shape. And all I got to do is the mouth, and a little bit of sewing behind the neck, and he'll be fine. Oh yeah, that goes perfect. Okay. I'm going to start sewing the tail actually, so I cut off so much thread here. Enough to where I think I can do the whole tail. Definitely can with that. I got my good sewing needle. And cut off a couple times in back. At least twice. Sometimes this thread wants to slip, and so it helps put, separate, 2 or 3 knots on the end, because it tries to slip sometimes. If you go a 3rd knot, it ain't gonna move. So. Cut off our extra here. Use the baseball stitch and go, close to the back as I feel comfortable doing. I got so many pins in here. T-pins holding the skin where I wanted it to. I use these pins to proportion everything. That way when I sew it, everything's just not going crazy. You know, I know where everything's kind of like supposed to be. And I don't even take all my pins out at once, just as I go. And that ensures even, you know, that you get some good sewing. And I can cut this excess off because I don't need it anymore. And start doing the baseball stitch, just going over and under, and that's how it's done. And, about a 1/4 of an inch apart, I guess, or something like that. Whatever you feel comfortable with. To cinch everything up, and then go from underneath and sew this bad boy up. And they're just a regular baseball stitch, and I reckon I'll do a couple more right here for you. Cinch it up, keep going over and under, go underneath, go up. The regular baseball stitch, cinch it down, or cinch it tight, go the other side, go up, cinch it down, make sure it's good and tight. You do all the way down the tail that way until you get to the end. Got the tail sewed up. Right here, around the feet, around the hooves and stuff, I like to put some clay. I like to work some clay in there. Just gonna kind of judge. I put quite a bit in there, I guess. Okay. That's right there where it needs to be. Okay. Now you start sewing everything. It's not a bad idea. A person can go ahead and screw one of their nuts down to get it down as far as they want to get it. So you can clamp it tight real good where it's not going to move around much. Well, I'll sew the feet first, and I'll put a nut and a washer, and then we'll start putting it on the base. Here I got my thread again. Cut off my excess. Just regular, go up from underneath on one side, over to the other side, underneath on the other side, and you just keep going backwards and forwards till you get it sewed. Cinch it down, go to the next one. There you go. You just do that until you get all the way up the back of the leg, all the way to the tail, actually. So a lot of sewing. I put the body together, and then I marked where the rods were going to go. Now I just shot a drill about equal size or a little bit bigger, you know, for the rods to fit through. And it was kind of like pre-fitting. Of course, I made the base. Of course, I got him sewed up. And we're just going to glue the face like we do on a regular deer. And I hadn't glued the eyes yet either, so all that's got to be done. And do that just like a regular deer. And we'll set him up where he starts to dry, and he'll make a decent mount for somebody, a special mount. I'm wondering what that lower jaw is going to look like. You know, where it had the deformity. So that's weird, but it's going to work. So, but we got to do some adjustments here and there and get it ready to dry. That's basically it. Needs to be, need some clay for his ear butts. Got to figure out a good pose for his ears, or better yet, ask the customer what he wants. And, but I'll do all that stuff, and I'll get back with you when we make the base or something, or something else that I think of, and I'll get back with you. Okay, I'm going to cut those rods. Basically, I can't lay the base on a table or on the floor or anything until I cut these extended rods that are sticking out of the bottom of it. There, and just cut them, you know, relatively close to the base. A lot of times what I'll do is I might cap them off with these things that they came on the ends. You know, when you get them, got the form. And a lot of times I'll just get these and cut them according to how much length I got left, and just cap the ends off. Maybe glue them on even, and it just keeps them from, you know, somebody cutting their fingers or something a little bit, you know, reaching under there. Okay, I got some plants. Before I put the base in, I like to go ahead and staple my plants in and stuff first. And it doesn't bother me to let a leaf hang over a little bit or something. And as long as it's not crazy, you know. And I'll get my hammer. Sometimes just for the sake of holding it, I get some glue on there. I can throw a little glue on there right now if I want to. Hot glue is a lot faster and easier. Okay, here's a couple of plants I've added and stuff. Now I'm just going to put some soil, maybe some things like some pine cones and stuff like that. Got my water. Got a little warm water, seems to work a little better. And the way I've been making the dirt is going like pretty thick, like about half and half actually. You know, 2 parts. You're doing about 4 ounces on the 4 ounces on that, and then about 4 ounces with the glue and mixing it up. Seems to work out fairly good. You'll get your own kind of pattern, and then I'm just putting it on there. That's at the 8 mark. Just Elmer's glue and water, and mix up as good as I can. Get my dirt put in there. I basically know the viscosity, or the way I want it, just by looking. It's kind of a kind of an eyeball thing. I have to eyeball it a little bit. And go right in the middle with my half and half glue and water. I'm going to just start mixing the dirt in. And sometimes I might need to add a little more dirt. Sometimes I'm going to need to add more of the solution. The main thing is to get it where it looks like soggy dirt. And then when it dries, it'll look good. And it's going to be, the wind won't blow it around. You know, in somebody's house, which is the main thing, is that wind doesn't have access to it to blow it around. Yeah, this come out perfect. And I use the peat moss that doesn't have the little white balls in it. Although I still see something like the white balls or whatever, so this may not be the right stuff, but close enough. I mean, it looks like dirt, maybe some rock pebbles on a minute level. And well, here's what we got, like soggy looking dirt. And we've got pieces of wood and stuff like that in there. And the main thing is I try to get up under the plants. A lot of times I do that first, get the hard stuff out of the way, and then it's a breeze afterwards. And you want it to look kind of natural. I like lumps, so I'll put lumps in there and make sure that stays. And you just keep on going from there. Some people would probably do the base of the dirt first, then put the deer on there. Whatever you come up with. But I like my setup right now, so that's what I'm sticking with. And, it won't take long for this stuff to dry. I'd say about tomorrow or something. It should be perfect. Well, here's what I got as far as the dirt. I used potting soil. I did notice all the little balls in it, the little yellow balls or whatever. They look white though on the video. But also, I'd like to say, I went about half and half of the glue and water, and I didn't put too much water and glue to the point where it's like real soggy and flat looking. I wanted it to look like real dirt, and I want it real thick and lumpy, and basically not putting as much. You know, if it was a little bit mushy and soft, I'd add more dirt or more peat moss to make it look a little better. And so now we're just going to let him dry and finish him out. Okay, here's what we got so far. I'm going to pull all the pins out, either with my fingers or a pair of pliers. It's been a couple of weeks, so he should be pretty good dry by now. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you. There's a little, kind of like a little neat little tucking tool I made. I just got a cheap screwdriver and bent it on the ends. And come in handy getting around the corners, in the mouth, tucking the skin. I left the gums and teeth in, and you just kind of helped me tuck the skin. So pretty neat little nifty little item here. Oh, also bent pins, like after I tuck the lip in the inside corners of the mouth, because it's open mouth, I bent the pins and put them in to hold things in place. Yeah, here's another one. The pins were put in to hold it, but the glue is what's going to hold it. The pins were just there while it dries. You're probably better off doing the dirt, the very last thing, after you finish your deer out and everything. Now I've got my toothbrush. I'm going to go ahead and get all the powder and dirt off of him, the stuff out of his ears. He's got stuff in his ears, a wire brush probably even better. And of course it's going to fall down, all this stuff's going to come out, but that's part of it. So we're going to clean him up, get him ready to finish out, and we're going to, all this stuff come right out. Then we'll use a blow dryer on him to like really get some of this stuff out, and that'll help. So. I'll get my blow dryer and that'll really help out. Okay, and then of course, got my brush and my hair dryer. And I'll turn my hair dryer on. Get some of this stuff out of his ears, off his ears. And this will help fluff him up even a little bit, you know. Okay, I got a little Q-tip and I'm going to soak it with lacquer thinner. Weaken that glue that's on around the eye. I'm going to scrape it off. There's better ways to do it. I know they got stuff out there that you can just peel it off and you know, you can work wonders with it. And that's good stuff if you got it. Let that sit for a few minutes. It should scrape right off. I'll do the other side the same way. And usually I'll run the kind of like knife right up under that glue. It should just, yeah, get it where it just comes right off. There's other, you'll come up with your own way, probably a better way. They got other ways to do it. They got stuff you actually put on the eyelids that help, so that helps too, so. And you come down like that. Okay. But you get the idea. Try not to cut the glass. It rarely happens, but it has happened. You know, kind of cut the glass a little bit. You don't want to do that. Just want to get that glue off, you know. And so, but I'll keep working with that, and then I'll show you what I got. As you can see, the glue's coming off. I'm just using my X-Acto knife, just kind of peeling it off, and getting up in the corners where eyelid meets the glass. You want all that off. And if there's any separation, we'll put the epoxy scope in there and take care of the gaps that way. Okay, I kind of finishing the eye. This is a pretty good one. Sometimes there's more separation, but this is pretty good. Not a lot of separation. And put a little bit right in there. And any place where the skin might have got away from the glass eye, put a little bit there. And but now we're going to do the nose. Okay, been using my little roller here, and you can start to put little details of little nostrils, and voila, there we go. That's his nose, that elongated nose, and that lower short jaw. That was him. That's him. That's the way he looked. I mean her. It's a female. Okay, got a little bit of my epoxy sculpt. And usually I do the inside of the nostrils, I think, first before I get the outside, but whatever. Main thing is you get it. You just don't put enough to fill any empty spots where the skin touches this nostril. And I know a lot of people really they're using the fake noses and stuff and doing a good job, and more power to them. But I'm just going to get the job done and make it look good and call it good. And that's basically how I'm going to do it. So got my wet Q-tip, and I just get in there and well, okay, got a little bit of wild with it there, but right in there, right in here, right up in here. I have to get in the way just a little bit, of course. Always tend to do that, it seems like. Basically, you just want all epoxy sculpt that's showing in there, you know, what they can see anyway. And well, that looks good enough for me. It's in there. It's way up in there, where you look back in there and you can't see anything. It's good enough for me. Well, this is what I got, kind of the finished product. I'll do a little bit of touching up. A lot of times I'll just put a little bit of brown in there. Just sometimes a little bit of flesh. It looks real good around in there. But he didn't have like a super big nostril hole. He wasn't a super big deer. Yeah, a lot of times I'll even you know, put little dimples. I just use a brush. You know, a lot of people are using syringes now, and that is great. You know, if you can get that to work for you, that's awesome. A lot of people just do the whole nose that way, but you know, not me. I did a little bit of extra on this, I guess you could say. But let's make things look natural, you know. Yeah, I remember when the nose roller first came out, all the taxidermists were using that. They were, you know, really praising that. And of course now the syringe is probably the applicator. It's probably even better, I guess you could say. It looks pretty good. But basically, I just try to touch up where one ends. You know, I want it to look, the transition between the nose and the hair, I want it to look good. So I'll do stuff like that and try to make it look better. Well, up here around the teeth, I think there's a little bit of glue coming out right here on this side that I can see. And I mean, you gotta look hard in there to see that even. So I may go ahead and try to get that. I definitely want his teeth to show, you know. I mean, that's why we used them. I mean, you couldn't not see his teeth because of his, you know, his deformity, kind of. So I'll just get that stuff out where the lower teeth will show and like they're supposed to, and call it good. That's kind of what we got right there. So that's it. You know, you can see his teeth. You're going to put a little bit of gloss on there, get some of this glue maybe that come on his hairs. Some of that will come off. The hair will probably end up coming out, but just kind of straighten him up a little bit. But the weird thing is his inner mouth was dark. I mean, it was almost black. These piebald deer, they'll have a lot of pigment in one place and then not in another. I mean, the gum, it was naturally colored kind of pink. You know, the insert that I used, the mouth insert. But it was actually darker than what the mouth insert was. So I could shoot a little bit of black paint up there and it'd be perfect. I've got a little bit of white paint and touch up places where I want to put a little bit of white paint, of course. Right here. Let's see right in there. In the ear, let's see on this side. Right up front, right there. Okay. Probably go ahead and get in the nostril even. Why not? The same way. Okay, definitely going to get in his ears. May go up a little bit more on the pressure. I was probably going to shoot out a little bit of dirt first. Should have cleaned out with my airbrush first, but I didn't. Oh well, it'll be fine. Okay, a little bit of that goes in here. A little bit of base coat sealer first always helps. Now, if he's got a lot of hair in his ear, a lot of people don't even paint them. You know, they leave them just natural hair color of white, which I don't blame him for doing that either. Beard, you got one little beard, you know. You can brush it out if it's a little bit excessive. Okay, I've got a little bit of white, and still got a little bit of white in my barrel, and not so much on this side, but the other side has a little bit of a brownish color. So I'm gonna get a little bit of rich brown and put in there, maybe a drop. Let's see what that looks like. Here, a little more than a drop, maybe 2 drops, or 2 more drops. I got very little in there. It's not going in. There we are. Now let's see what we got. That's a lot of work. Yeah, like right here behind the eye, see it's a little bit of a light color, and I may kind of just right in there. Not much. Just like that. Got some on the eyelashes, that's okay. Same thing on the other side. I probably could have went a little bit more with the rich brown on there. But that looks okay. I'll go with a little bit of rich brown, kind of blend everything in. And then maybe a little bit of dark brown around the eyes. You know, the very inside corner of the eyes. Here, got a little bit of rich brown, and basically around here where it's a little bit white looking. Kind of blend it back in the way it was. Right down here, blend it back in the way it was. Sorry I'm in the way. A little bit like it was. There we are. To the other side, go the same way. And you can bring out some of the rich brown around the mouth, maybe. But sometimes a little bit around the ears. Bring out a little bit of things to liven things up a little. If it's there already, and bring it out a little bit, you know. But now we're going to go to dark brown and make everything look great. Okay, in these eyelashes, they got a little bit of overspray. A little bit of overspray on the eyes. A little bit of the white. And I want those eyes to really shine, so I'll go back over them with a little bit of, you know, like a thin on a Q-tip. Roll the Q-tip one time. Make sure the eyelashes don't have any white on them. You want good dark eyebrows and eye hairs and all that good stuff. It usually comes right off. And there's other ways that you might find that are a lot better, and more power to you. But now we're going to go to dark brown and finish everything out pretty much. Got my wire brush again. You know, if you got too much paint or something, or you can use a toothbrush for this too, you know. And you know, get some of that paint. You know, if it gets in there real thick, which this did, you can use that wire brush, bring it right back out. And the same thing on this side. And your toothbrush will also kind of help blend. You'll blend your colors a little better, like around your eyes and stuff. You know, if you feel like you got to. But now we're going to go to our dark brown, and I guess finish this guy out. You might want to put a little flesh in his nose. You can do that too. I may do that. Got a little bit of natural flesh. Guess you can go ahead and go right in the middle of that thing. Get up in there. Right in the middle. A little bit of a flesh look. It's got it anyway. I'm going to go to my dark brown and call it good. Okay, this is probably about one of the most important colors. That's your dark brown. Because you outline your mouth, you go around your eyes. I do everything with it. It's a very important color, in other words. Try to stay in the confines of the nostril, of course. Well, that's what we got for the nostril. Now you can probably leave it like that or put a little bit of shading in there. A lot of times I'll put a little bit of shading in there, you know, in the nostril area. Maybe kind of shade the white a little bit. That's what I tend to do. Don't want to get too carried away with it, but you know, Maybe take some of all that brightness. May not be natural, you know. Add a little bit of something to it, you know. I got my air spray kind of adjusted for the ears, and what I'll do is I like to get down the bottom, and then I'll make 3 of these. Okay. Then I'll go the outer part of the ear, just add a little bit of trim to it. Yeah, I don't want to do anything that's not already there. There we go. We got a little bit under here to paint still. The lower lip. Oh wow, they turned that. I may have to. And it's the corner of the mouth. Now there are places in there where it definitely needs it. A little bit of dark paint. Now the gloss is going to bring out some of the darkness just itself, the gloss will. He had naturally dark gums anyway, so I'm going to darken his gums up, because that's what he had. Look. Yeah, that's kind of what we got, and I'm going to get a toothbrush and straighten it up. Now, a lot of times this brush will straighten stuff up. Like if you got a little bit of overspray, you can blend stuff out. It does real good for that. This brush will straighten stuff out. It'll take some of the paint back off. You know, if you got a little bit happy with it. There we are. Well, that's what we got. And maybe bring the teeth back out. Just get a little bit of lacquer thinner on a Q-tip and bring out those front teeth just a little bit. Going to bring these teeth out just a little bit. They're in there. They show. You want them to show. Sometimes just a Q-tip by itself works pretty good as far as you know, getting some of that paint off. You don't want it to show somewhere. We're going to get a little bit around the eyes and call it good. Okay, a little bit of my black. Just gonna get a little bit right there to cover up that epoxy sculpt. That's about it. Just cover up the epoxy sculpt. I like to get down the tear duct sometimes. I'll go around the inside corner of the eye. There's a little bit of coloration right there where the, I guess you could say you know, your eyelashes. Sometimes you gotta get those pretty good. And that's about it. You get on this side, make sure a little bit of coloration there where it's supposed to be. That's it. Okay, a lot of times I'll get a toothbrush, kind of like blend the colors in if I went a little bit too loud with them or something. Maybe too dark or something. And you know, you've got your options here to bring everything back out. Sometimes I'll clean the eyes off again, make sure they're good and shiny. And then I'll throw some gloss on there, and then they're going to be even more shiny. And I could even get a little bit better and do like I did when I had the other colors on there, is use my X-Acto knife and get right up against the corner of the eye. And it'll ensure I have a good glossy eye, you know. I know you can't probably see it, but I can see it where there's a lack of shine. Right in here, and I'll just bring it down as close as I can, call it good. Now we're going to go ahead and gloss the eyes real quick with some, I just use gloss top coat. Okay, I got my gloss top coat. I just kind of blast it on there right in the middle. Make sure it's good and wet looking. I make sure to get the inside corner of the tear duct. Sometimes I get down here in the tear duct, a little bit of wetness. Okay, a lot of times I'll put a good shiny coat of this on the nose, in the nostrils, good and wet looking, even in the mouth. I want all that to look good and wet. Can't go wrong. He's done. Well, he's done. Now it's time to call the customer. I'll do a quick walk around. Boy, we got some pretty colors on him. I can see why he wanted to mount it. See that wild looking long nose, short mouth. Doesn't look bad. Well, this is how I mount a full body piebald standing deer.